boxing fans, are you ready? Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones Jr., where are you? Emil Novrouzov! Ruslan Fayfer! Samat Adiragmana! Floyd Mayweather! Ladies and gentlemen, people of hardcore, boxing fans around the world, welcome to Agenda Arena here in the City of Gold, Dubai, and the United Arab Emirates. We are live on VK Video for a historic night of world-class professional boxing, the first international event for hardcore boxing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring tonight's host of Hardcore Boxing, the president of Hardcore Boxing Association. Here is Maxim Hognosky, Edward Hermansky, Mr. Anatoly Syelanov, CEO of Hardcore Boxing, and the chosen one, Tyron Woodley.
People of hardcore, welcome to the Agenda Arena here in Dubai. We are live on VK for the first ever international hardcore boxing tournament. Today we will witness the battles between the strongest boxers from around the world. A grandiose event that will write a new chapter in the history of world boxing. We are already known as the biggest sports media on the YouTube, and now we're coming to change the fight game around the world.
Друзья, мы рады приветствовать каждого зрителя в прямом эфире ВК-видео и всех, кто присутствует сегодня на арене. Для нас большая честь, что вы вместе с нами продолжаете творить историю и создавать шоу по-настоящему мирового уровня.
Tonight, the host of the evening will be, as always, Eduard Germansky, here truly Anatoly Syelanov. And it's my privilege to present to you our special guest and co-host of Hardcore Boxing, former UFC champion, the chosen one, Tyron Woodley.
I appreciate you for having me here. People of hardcore, вы всем привет. It is also my great honor for me to gladly welcome you guys and every spectator in the arena and live on VK today. We will witness fights at the highest level of boxing, including championship matches for the belt of the Hardcore Boxing Association.
Друзья, сегодня нас ожидает розыгрыш сразу 3 чемпионских поясов лиги Hardcore Boxing, в том числе реванш Али Балоева и Курейша Сагова. А отстаивать честь нашей лиги на международной арене будут Михаил Мачете Тарабрин, Артуш Оганесян, Руслан Файфер, Эмиль Новрузов, Самат Кыргыз Абдырахманов и Сослан Кобра Асбаров.
And the main event of the evening, the battle between two top heavyweights of the boxing world. WBO North American champion Gerald Big Baby Miller will fight the current IBF Australia champion Lucas Big Daddy Browne. And before we start, let's give it up and welcome the president of the Hardcore Boxing Association, Максим Каганский. Макс, по традиции тебе слово.
Дорогие друзья, уважаемые любители бокса, сегодня мы пишем первую страницу мировой истории бокса. Мы вам обещали, и мы это делаем. Поддерживайте нас, смотрите нас. Дальше будет больше. Мы покажем вам, мировому спорту, что такое хардкор-боксинг.
Спасибо нашим зрителям. Мы сделали очередной солд-аут. Пусть и не ВТБ-арена, но Адженда-арена. Это многого стоит. Ну а сейчас слово Тайрону Woodley и нашему ринг-анонсеру.
Now we are ready to start this magnificent boxing event. Hardcore Boxing in Dubai, and here we go. Please welcome the ring announcer of the evening, Jeremiah Gallegos.
Легенда мирового ринг-анонса, ESPN, WBO, WBC боксинга и UFC. Мы рады приветствовать тебя у нас здесь, в октагоне. It's honor for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you coming out. All right, boxing fans, are you ready? And now, at this time, we'd like to introduce our commission, and it is all sanctioned by the Middle Eastern Professional Boxing Association. The commission is Jose Mohan. We got a great night of professional boxing. Our headliners of the main event, Miller versus Browne, the United States versus Australia. Two of them are champions. That being said, we have a great undercard as well. So we're glad you're here. And those tuning in on VK Video, thank you for tuning in. We're watching us around the world. Just a bit, we're ready to go. So hang on there, hang tight. We're almost there. And as a reminder, in our main card attraction tonight, we are on ESPN Knockout, which is viewed in the United States, and on VK Video in Russia. So this is a truly an international event. Hardcore boxing is here to stay. We stay hardcore all the time, all day, every day. So be sure to log on to Instagram, Facebook, all the social media platforms, and follow Hardcore Boxing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for attraction of the evening. It is set for 8 rounds of the super featherweight division. Here from Agenda Arena, we are ready to go. We welcome first to the ring from Moga, India. Here is Jaskaran Singh. And now his opponent ready to make his way into the arena from Bolton, United Kingdom. Here is Abdul Khan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set for 8 rounds of the super featherweight division. Your referee in charge of the action is David Irving. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white with gold, he stands in at 172 centimeters, weighed in at 58.5 kilos. Today, he is making his professional debut, a hungry fighter ready to punch some face tonight. Please welcome the 24-year-old boxer, presenting to you from Moga, India, here is Chaskaran Singh. And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black with gold. He, also the same, standing at 172 centimeters. He weighed in 58.95 kilos. His professional boxing record, 7 wins, no defeats. And today he wants to continue his victorious way. Please welcome the undefeated warrior representing the United Kingdom. Here is Abdul Khan.
Okay, gentlemen, no rabbit punches, okay, low blows, okay, keep the fight clean at all times and protect yourselves at all times, okay, touch gloves. God bless.
Ну что ж, друзья, всех приветствуем на первом международном турнире Hardcore Boxing. И с вами комментаторское трио: Василий Конов-младший, Владимир Мышев.
И, конечно же, Алексей Сафонов. Но прежде чем я начну вкратце рассказывать о каждом из боксеров, я хотел бы обозначить, что это 8-раундовый поединок во втором полулегком весе до 59 килограммов. То есть 8 раундов. Для каждого из них это такая дистанция будет впервые. До этого каждый из них максимум 6 раундов проводил на ринге. Посмотрим, что из них у них получится. Ну, во-первых, Абдул Хан. Для искушенных любителей бокса фамилия Хан является...
Василий, что перебиваю, боюсь не успеть. Забегая вперед, мне кажется, что не
продлится 8 раундов.
8 раундов этот поединок.
Ну, для искушенных болельщиков бокса фамилия Хан должна многое значить. Абдул Хан – двоюродный брат Амира Хана, серебряного призера Олимпийских игр 2004 года и бывший чемпион WBA и IBF в первом полусреднем весе. Действительно, звезда британского бокса Амир Хан. И вот его родственник идет по его стопам. Один раз в истории они даже дрались в одном карде. Это было в 2022 году. Абдул, естественно, добился победы. А вот Амир уступил Кэллу Бруку. И на этом, как я понимаю, закончил карьеру. Это последний бой в его статистике. Рекорд Абдула Хана 7-0. Дебютировал он в 2021 году, что и примечательно, тоже в Арабских Эмиратах, поэтому проводил все свои поединки в Великобритании. И вот сейчас в какой-то степени закольцовывается. Снова приехал в Дубае.
Надеюсь, то, что закольцуется, не так, что это будет его последний бой в карьере.
Я имею в виду, что на сегодняшний день он закольцовывается, да, так интересно. Ой, как хорошо сейчас Абдул Хан. Как вы могли заметить, что Абдула Хана выводил никто другой, как Рой Джонс Джуниор. Это тоже значит.
Единственное общее у тебя с Роем Джонсом — это приставка «младший» после фамилии.
Да. Нет, как-то еще российский паспорт.
На 100%, да. Ну, кстати говоря, хочу обратить внимание, что есть Floyd Mayweather, младший.
Junior.
Рой Джонс, младший.
Junior.
Василий Конов, младший. Все прекрасно, ребят, но мы продолжаем. Да, надо продолжать. Вы так на меня смотрите, что я должен, наверное, что-то рассказать про очередного представителя Индии в нашем карде, Синха. Ну, Алексей, пожалуй, как гуру ММА, я тебе позволю провести аналогию.
Сейчас как гуру нокаутов от тех, кто носит фамилию Хан, очень близок был Абдул к тому, чтобы оформить как минимум нокдаун уже в первом раунде, потому что хорошая серия была. Ну а так, Синх, конечно, знаковая для, наверное, во многом, прежде всего, российского болельщика фамилия, потому что именно против человека с фамилией Синх, но с другим именем Джайдип, Федор Емельяненко вернулся после того, как возобновил свою карьеру. Завершал он карьеру, собственно, дважды, и последний раз завершал совсем недавно после поединка с Райаном Бейдером. Ну вот в японском промоушене Райзен возобновил он карьеру, кажется, это был 2015 год, против Джайдипа Синха, и тогда очень уверенно соперника победил и начал свое шествие к 2 титульным боям в Беллатор.
Round number 2, up next.
Возобновляется поединок, но я думаю, сейчас каких-то таких вопросов относительно того, кто же был лучше в отрезке, у нас, наверное, нет.
И опять же не в пользу боксера из Индии, да?
Вы очень проницательны. Закрадывается подозрение, что вы разбираетесь в боксе.
Это ошибочное представление на 100%. Да. Ребят, никакой бокс, я не разбираюсь в этом, не обижайтесь.
Очень хорошо сейчас в глухой защите и корпусом работал Абдул-хан, не дал сопернику попасть по себе и спокойненько продолжает атаки.
На самом деле, конечно же, опять на фоне такого оппонента трудно говорить, но хочется отметить, что все-таки виден талант Абдула-хана, ну, бесспорно. Этот молодой человек и физически хорошо развит, и видно, что есть чувство дистанции.
Работа на ногах хорошая,
ну, то есть,
подходит, да.
Хочется отметить вот такие прям позитивные моменты.
Ну, еще мне очень нравится его, по крайней мере, визуальная хладнокровность. Он очень спокоен, да, уверенно подходит к сопернику, в необходимых моментах защищается, после этого сам атакует и вообще как будто бы не чувствует никакой тоже угрозы, но в хорошем смысле, не самоуверенно это все выглядит.
Да, и все делает он очень зряче, что касается и защиты, и вот ударов. Он как-то целенаправленно все это делает, не просто так, на авось.
Ну не просто так у него в углу Рой Джонс. Джуниор. Да, важное замечание. Да, прижал канатом Абдул-хан.
Да, и хочет уже клинчевать Синх. Абдул-хан всячески этому противоборствует. Ой, хорошо сейчас зацепил с левой руки.
Такое впечатление, что Синх тоже уже начал выживать потихонечку.
Ну, тогда он это начал делать слишком рано, потому что если в формате 4-раундового противостояния это еще куда не шло, но 8 раундов выживать это что матч.
При этом, смотри, Синх контратаковал сейчас неплохо и прошел удар у него, который, правда, мне кажется, не сильно как-то зацепил.
Ну да,
Хана.
это такое больше, опять же, как мы говорили, тычки, не такие значимые удары, которые там какой-то дискомфорт доставляют сильный для Хана. А если говорить, ну, о смысле такого поединка, допустим, что вот 8-раундовый бой, да, первый, ну, понятное дело, что, скорее всего, Абдул-хан это, так скажем, в хорошем смысле проспект, проект определенный, да, ну, что можно сказать и по его родственным связям, и по углу. И 8-раундовый поединок делают часто для того, чтобы в следующих боях была возможность сразиться за какой-нибудь региональный титул. То есть это открывает, то есть наличие в бокс-реке 8-раундового поединка открывает возможности биться уже в титульных противостояниях.
Билетик к чемпионским титулам.
Я бы сказал, что билетик к началу пути за чемпионский титул. Там все-таки, пока все эти региональные титулы завоюешь, там уже их устанешь собирать. Там же пока начнешь выбей такой-то организации, туда-сюда. И закончился второй раунд у нас. Сейчас, я думаю, посмотрим хайлайты и этого отрезка. Да, мы продолжаем. Сейчас тоже внимательно посмотрел за хайлайтами. И вот есть небольшие упреки в действии Абдул-хана. Ну, вроде, конечно, он доминирует, превосходит, но вот все равно пропускает много лишнего. Мне кажется, поединок с таким оппонентом можно с меньшим уроном для себя проводить.
Ну, он стремится, возможно, в каком-то смысле к зрелищности, к досрочному завершению. А, к сожалению, это неизбежно ведет к допущенным ошибкам и пропущенным ударам.
А я пока в период доминации одного спортсмена над другим придумал челлендж, который может продлиться у нас на протяжении всего ивента.
9-часового марафона, напоминаю.
Да, вспоминать по одной легенде, которая, может быть, подвязано к какому-то поединку. Сейчас, ну, самый явный кандидат, это, конечно, Рой Джонс Джуниор.
Однозначно. Вот у меня, честно говоря, с ним главное впечатление, это, к сожалению, оно негативное, это его первый бой в статусе гражданина России против Энзо Макаринелли в Москве. Как Рой Джонс, к сожалению, упал. Хотя при том, что у него боев там топовых можно пересчитать, там пальцев
у нас всех не хватит.
Да, потому что Рой Джонс это действительно легенда, однозначно. Вот у меня пока осталось только вот такое впечатление. Ну и бой с Денисом Лебедевым, то что это близко к нам. А у вас, коллеги?
А у меня главная ассоциация, что Рой Джонс отвечает в WhatsApp. Это для меня было когда мне подсказали его номер, я в качестве журналиста впервые написал ему за комментарием, и он даже не стал уточнять, кто я, он просто дал мне комментарий и продолжает так делать. Я уверен, он понятия не имеет до сих пор, кто я, но комментарии всегда дает.
Вот
и это
хочется отметить, что голосовым сообщением и на русском языке.
Не, на русском нет, но отвечает на голосовым и на английском, и ты вот раза 4-5, у меня просто не очень хороший английский, я готов признать, мне приходится даже 5-7 раз переслушать 30-секундный ответ, чтобы перевести и дать какой-то комментарий от Роя Джонса. Ну, как мы понимаем, что комментарий Роя Джонса, он авторитетный.
Да.
Так, а там Синх у нас очень плачевный.
Все, бой закончен.
Да, друзья, мы как долго вспоминали Роя Джонса и
теперь мы можем подвести к тому, что подопечный Роя Джонса как раз-таки финиширует своего оппонента в третьем раунде.
Мне кажется, Абдул даже не устал в этом поединке. Добился уверенной, ну, давайте признаем, предсказуемой победы. И как Владимир правильно сказал, что ну, видно, что боксер с рекордом великолепным, тоже с нулем в графе поражений. Да бой не продлится 8 раундов, мыши. Молодец, эксперт, а.
Я прям окружен теми, кто разбирается в боксе. Это максимально приятное стечение обстоятельств.
Только слева сидит такой человек.
Ну что ж, завершен этот поединок.
Ну и пока, давайте уж, я не высказался, пока мы ждем объявления результатов, тоже скажу вот об этом, соответственно, человеке легендарном. Мое впечатление, пару лет назад там у нас был один проект большой, в котором я участвовал, и там мы жили, общались с Роем Джонсом на протяжении почти 2 недель. Он помогал молодым боксерам как раз из России, искал таланты молодые, и я помогал в организации этого мероприятия. Соответственно, только позитивное впечатление он на меня оставил как человек, он со всеми общался, там, с персоналом и так далее. Ну, соответственно, как не ставить себя выше, чем кто-либо другой.
Вот верно замечание Владимира.
В общем, как принято говорить, капитальный красавчик, да?
Рой Джонс. Наш сократный.
Поздравляем и Роя Джонса, его подопечного Абдула Хана. И наверняка нас смотрит Амир Хан откуда-то, и мы его тоже поздравляем.
Да, именно наш комментарий. Он смотрит Амир Хан, да, у него онлайн-перевод идет, да.
I thought he did a really good job tonight. He fought a very good fighter. I watched video on this kid. This kid is a really good fighter. And for Abdul to step in and take a fight of this magnitude this early in his career says a lot about Abdul.
What are your thoughts on being here in Dubai? Hardcore Boxing putting an international show for us all.
I love being here in Dubai always. I love being here with Hardcore Boxing, and hopefully I'll be back again soon.
There you have it. Roy Jones Jr., everyone. Thank you. And all fight fans, we continue the action here from Agenda Arena for our next contest of the evening, as we are live on VK Video for 4 rounds at the light heavyweight division, and it's all sponsored, presented to you by R7 Energy Drink. R7, reach your maximum every day. We introduce to you first to the ring, hailing from Argentina, here is Victor Hugo Exner. And his opponent ready to make his way to the arena, we welcome Mikhail Machete Tarabrin. And now, fight fans, we continue the action here from Agenda Arena in the City of Gold, Dubai. Our next contest for 4 rounds in the light heavyweight division. Our referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, Daniel Vantawille. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, a 31-year-old knockout artist from Santa Fe, Argentina. He stands in 181 centimeters and weighed in at 82.3 kilos. Here's the former WBF International and WBC title contender and ranked 6 in his light heavyweight division in Argentina. Presentando, here is Victor Hugo Exner. And across the ring tonight, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black with gold. He stands in 175 centimeters and weighed in 83.9 kilos. He is one of the world's strongest bare knuckle fighters in his class. Please welcome, from Moscow, Russia, here's Mikhail Machete Tarabrin.
Okay, guys, I expect from you a clean fight. Obey my commands at all time and protect yourself at all time. When I say break, break cleanly. When I say stop, no more punches. I don't want to see punches lower than this, no kidney punches, and certainly no rabbit punches, okay? Touch gloves. Okay.
Наконец-то бойцы, представители России в деле.
Ты правильно сказал слово «бойцы». Потому что все-таки Михаил Мачете Тарабрин все-таки ассоциируется, мне кажется, с кулачным направлением. При этом есть опыт выступления в боксе.
И очень неплохой, и в целом, мне кажется, для многих впечатляющих, в частности, для тебя.
Не, я правда впечатлился тем, как он действовал против Грачика Саакяна в поединке на Hardcore Boxing. Мне очень понравился этот темп, заданный с первых секунд, что мы, в принципе, сейчас видим. И намерение вот прям максимальное количество урона нанести сопернику. Это, в принципе, то, что любят зрители.
Ну, стоит отметить, что вот Экснер вообще ни чуточку не минжуется и такой принимает открытый бокс.
Ну, Экснер опытный боксер, в его послужном списке больше 20 боев на профессиональном ринге. Это, в принципе, о многом говорит. Это 6-й номер в полутяжелом весе в Аргентине и входит в 110 лучших боксеров в мире, этот боец. Боксер.
Также я заметил, что в его углу был Пилета Майдана, это брат Маркоса Майданы. И, так, кстати, не так давно он прилетал в Россию, в том числе Пилета Майдана, привозил тоже бойцов, он сейчас является менеджером. И, соответственно, я так понимаю, что он менеджер и представитель Экснера в том числе.
Да, если не ошибаюсь, это был бой Магомеда Мадиева, правильно?
Да,
с Пучетой, который завершился в ничью.
Завершился в ничью, да, и как раз Пилета Майдана...
Ой, же попал-то, а?
Тем временем отличное попадание от Мачете.
Нам нужно скорее продолжать наш челлендж про ассоциации с легендами. Одна легенда на один поединок. Я вот подумал, что у Экснера, как у типичного представителя Латинской Америки, существует вот татуировка с изображением кого-то, видимо, из родственников, либо мама, либо супруга, не знаю. И сразу же вспоминается какой-то такой переход на представителей Мексики, которые...
Что-то попало. Попадание от Тарабрина.
Продолжай, Алексей, пока клинч. Тебе все.
Чуть ниже, если бы, наверное, ударил, то бы на этом все могло и закончиться.
Так вот, да, представители Мексики, да и в целом Латинской Америки, насколько я помню, может быть, кто-то не согласится, но у легенды, для меня, по крайней мере, легенды бокса Эдвина Валера была набита семья. Ох, как мощно попадает опять Тарабрин.
Вот это мне вот эти действия в Тарабрине очень нравятся, зрелищно, да, может быть, там без обороны, есть риск нарваться на встречный удар, но вот это вот намерение мне очень впечатляет. впечатляет. Вот прям бои Тарабрина меня пока производят впечатление сильное.
И в хорошем смысле инстинкт хищника у него есть. То есть он цепляет и стремится добить сразу же.
Но при этом довольно методично. Не то, чтобы он просто бросается и не знает, как, не знаю, довести дело до конца. Он прям расчетливо все это делает и с нужной агрессией.
Но знаешь, все равно есть риск нарваться на контратаку.
Безусловно.
Он слишком оголтело бежит вперед и временами брезгует и пренебрегает обороной, а это, в принципе, могут в будущем иметь последствия. Я думаю, не с этим соперником, конечно же, а вот...
Последние 10 секунд первого. Ну, кстати, я вот на самом деле не исключаю, что дальше по ходу боя у Экснера будут возможности выправить картинку.
Потому что устает Миша, ты имеешь в виду? Визуально кажется, что
да.
непросто, да, сейчас физически?
Да, мне кажется, что, ну, понятно, что этот раунд очень уверенно идет в копилку Миши, но вот чем дальше, тем, возможно, Экснер будет чуть быстрее смотреться на фоне Тарабрина.
Ну что, друзья, второй раунд. Будет ли развивать успех Михаил Тарабрин? Как мы видим, он приступил к этому.
Он всегда развивает успех, потому что боксер, ну или боец, как кому угодно, конечно, с невероятным ударом.
Я думаю, это уже зрители, которые впервые видят выступление Тарабрина, мне кажется, за первые 3 минуты точно поняли, что...
Я думаю, это Экснер понял.
Или Экснер тоже понял, да?
Экснера недовольство какое-то, я не понял, с чем связано, то ли...
Может, кажется, что низко, да, головой идет.
Ой-ой-ой, отличный выпад от Тарабрина вновь. Есть ощущение, что вот каждое касание перчатки Миши лица Экснера прям ноги заставляет так пошатываться у него.
Слышали мы сейчас подсказки от Константина Ерохина, который секундирует Мишу, чтобы пробил апперкот, и как раз в следующей же атаке Тарабрин и исполняет этот технический прием. Ну, кстати, что свидетельствует о том, что хорошо
сейчас,
слышит
кстати,
угол.
Экснер хорошо апперкотом зацепил Тарабрина.
Тоже
правда?
услышал Константина Ерохина.
О, сейчас пропустил
Размен
Миша. Нельзя так застаиваться у канатов Тарабрину.
Да, сейчас в своей тарелке чувствует себя именно Экснер, какое попадание с левой руки.
Вот мы видим проблему у Мачете.
Это как раз, скорее всего, связано с тем, о чем мы с Лешей говорили, вот именно с физической вот такой формой некой, потому что тяжело приходится сейчас Тарабрину.
Много принимает на себя уже совершенно лишнего урона Михаил, совсем не защищает голову, вот, и просто держит руки далеко не у подбородка.
Честно говоря, не понимаю, почему Михаил не хочет зайти в клинч, чтобы перевести дыхание.
Возможно, недостаток опыта как раз таки именно в боксе.
100%, и вот из последних сил уже как будто бы сейчас держится на ногах,
только
потому
второй
что хорошо
раунд,
по
да?
корпусу пробивает Экснер.
Слушай, честно говоря, мне вот этот бой по правилам бокса напоминает кулачку такую, когда стоят друг напротив друга и просто бы на...
Миша совершенно зря вот так вот в клинче ничего не делает руками.
Экснеру тяжело, Миша.
Да,
Совсем не защищает.
Миша!
И заканчивается поединок.
Победа Экснера.
Камбэк, очень впечатляющий камбэк от Виктора Экснера, который финиширует, к нашему огромнейшему сожалению, Михаила Тарабрина во втором раунде.
Но признаем, что это первая сенсация этого турнира. В принципе, для третьего поединка карда это уже очень быстро.
Да.
Я бы даже апсетом каким-то это назвал, потому что явно фаворитом был Михаил Тарабрин. Но как мы...
Никогда не стоит недооценивать таких джорнименов крепких.
Ну, мне кажется, Михаил сам отдал этот бой. Да, по хайлайтам, конечно, понятно было, как Михаилу было тяжело. Мне кажется, рефери сделал абсолютно все правильно. Нужно было останавливать бой.
Да, пожелать можем только крепкого здоровья сейчас Михаилу. Даже не знаю, что еще можно сказать.
Ну, главное, чтобы со здоровьем в дальнейшем все было хорошо у Миши. Сейчас он говорит, что все нормально, да, нет ничего критичного, но...
Но опять же, то, о чем мы сказали в первом раунде, именно, может быть, неудачно рассчитал силы Михаил. Очень много потратил он в первом раунде их.
Знаешь, я еще не исключаю, что, по крайней мере, в кулачных боях Михаил выступает в среднем весе до 84 килограммов. Здесь практически на 4, чуть больше даже, чем на 4 килограмма больше ему нужно было гонять. Я не исключаю, что это был не его вес с точки зрения вот какого-то восстановления, возможно.
Не, ну, в боксе Михаил маленький для крузера до 91,
да,
а там большая разница весовой категории от полутяжа до первого тяжелого веса, больше 10 килограммов разница. Поэтому многовато, на самом деле.
Кстати говоря, что интересно, Маркос Майдана в том числе уже поднялся на ринг. У меня немой вопрос возник в голове, поднялся ли бы он, если бы выиграл Михаил Тарабрин. Потому что во время выхода на бой было видно только пилету Майдану.
Ну, к слову, мы продолжаем челлендж, вспоминаем про легендарных и топовых боксеров или бойцов, представителей индустрии. Вот мы вспомнили Маркоса Майдану. И мы его видим сейчас.
Всегда, конечно, нравится наблюдать, какое неимоверное количество цепей на себя надевают ребята из Аргентины.
The end comes to you. 2 minutes, 11 seconds in round number 2. To the winner by TKO. El orgullo de Argentina. Víctor Hugo Экснер.
Да, мы поздравляем Экснера с этой победой. Ничего не предвещало это в первом раунде. Казалось, что Михаил все забирает. Но вот, наверное, нехватка вот именно боксерского опыта Михаила подвела. Ну, главное сделать правильные выводы.
And all fight fans, we move on to our next contest of the evening. And it's scheduled for 6 rounds of the lightweight division here from Agenda Arena in the City of Gold, Dubai. And live on VK Video. We introduce to you first, to the ring. Fighting out of the blue corner from Lima, Peru, here is David Zegarra. And his opponent from Rostov, Russia, here is Artush Oganesian. And all fight fans, here we go for our 6-round light heavyweight attraction. Our referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, Andrei Shevelov. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he stands at 178 centimeters tonight, wearing white, red with gold. He weighed in at 81.35 kilos. His professional record, 35 victories. 9 defeats with 22 wins coming to you by way of knockout. He is ranked number 1 as a light heavyweight fighter in his country. Please welcome from Lima, Peru, David La Pantera Zegarra. And his opponent here tonight across the ring, fighting out of the red corner tonight, wearing black with gold. He stands at 188 centimeters and weighed in at 80.85 kilos. His professional record stands at 2 victories with no defeats. 2 wins coming to you by way of knockout. Fighting out of Rostov, Russia. Here is, and representing Armenia, please welcome the undefeated Artush Oganesian.
Okay, gentlemen, we have been over the rules in the dressing room. I don't want to see any rabbit punches. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, good luck, back to your corners.
Ребята, не моргайте, внимательно смотрите за боями Hardcore Boxing из Дубая. Мы, правда, смотрим эти увлекательные бои из Москвы, но ладно. Итак, на очереди у нас полутяжелый вес, 6 раундов. Давид Зегарра против Артуша Оганесяна. Ну, как я понимаю, сценарий плюс-минус такой же, как в прошлом поединке. Молодость против опыта. За плечи, во-первых, Зегарре 38 лет, за его плечами также под 50 боев, но при этом у него очень хорошая статистика. 35 побед, 9 поражений, 1 ничья. 22 боя закончена победа нокаутом, что в принципе действительно впечатляет. Дрался за титул чемпиона мира IBF, но правда уступил Давиду Лемье. Это было в 2021 году. Ну, типа красивая вывеска, что он номер 1 Перу в полутяжелом весе. Правда, там есть оговорочка, что он единственный боксер, перуанский боксер в этой весовой категории.
То есть в целом, если получить гражданство Перу и выступать в этом дивизионе, можно стать вторым номером.
Да, может еще и на первую замахнуться.
Но это
вряд ли, да, особенно нам с тобой.
Да.
Хочу отметить смелость Зегарри, этого парня. Он пока что... Зегарра, я слишком быстро говорил.
Зегарра, да, прошу прощения.
Зегарра. Хочу отметить смелость этого парня. Он первый, кто вышел в шортах, которые не соответствуют цвету. То есть у него какие-то свои шорты интересные, красно-белые.
Под флаг Перу, между прочим. Там
да, то есть до этого все бойцы выходили либо в белых шортах, либо в черных.
Ну, по классике Hardcore Boxing, да.
А вот Зегарра решил пренебречь этими правилами.
Если продолжать нашу игру в ассоциации в формате челленджа, у кого еще из легендарных боксеров были такие запоминающиеся шорты, как раз таки вот с обвесами, так скажем, по бокам?
Ну, раз ты вспомнил, давай и продолжай.
Я как раз таки к вам обращаюсь, к экспертам.
Не надо.
Я хочу отметить пока что не легендарного, но очень популярного на данный момент уже боксера Влада Туйнова. Он выступает. Нет.
Ну почему? Влад Туйнов добился больших успехов в кикбоксинге, поэтому почему нет-то тоже? Мы же вспоминаем значимых и успешных людей единоборств, а не только бокса.
Да, точно. Единственное, о чем я оговорился, то, что не легендарный, наверное, пока что, но очень, конечно.
Ну да, я поэтому тоже сейчас подбирал слова, чтобы легенды пока его очень тяжело можно назвать, но все у него в его руках. Я, кстати говоря, Оганесяна пока не представил. Мы уже начали челленджами нашими заниматься. Тоже непобежденный боксер. Рекорд 2-0. Все свои 2 поединка провел в ОСК «Крылья Советов». Легендарном месте, на самом деле, для отечественного бокса. Выступал за сборную Армении на чемпионате мира 2019 года, который проходил в Екатеринбурге. И скажу честно, посещал многие любительские соревнования. И вот, наверное, мужской чемпионат мира в Екатеринбурге был лучшим, что я видел.
Спасибо за зацепку, потому что именно там я встретил Эвандера Холлифилда и Роберто Дюрана.
Да, у нас там, я помню, мы еще автографы собирали. Мы тогда перед финалами и заходили в спортивные магазины, покупали перчатки, чтобы как раз-таки Эвандер Холлифилд и Роберто Дюран на них расписались. Второй из 6 раундов.
Поехали.
Есть ли какие-то предпосылки, на ваш взгляд, у Оганесяна, опять же, не в обиду Зегарре, но все-таки добиться финиша в этом поединке?
Все предпосылки к этому есть. Во-первых, дистанция в 6 раундов. В первом отрезке Оганесян пару раз хорошо потряс оппонента. Полутяжелый вес, где нокауты, это не редкость, поэтому все в его руках.
Да, кстати говоря, про, наверное, такое довольно популярное мнение, что частота нокаутов и сила удара зависит от весовых категорий. Владимир, развей этот миф или наоборот подтверди, так ли это, что представители более легких дивизионов реже все-таки нокаутируют, и у них не такой сильный удар?
Ну, отчасти, конечно же, правда это есть, потому что, естественно, точное попадание от тяжеловеса гораздо жестче, чем точное попадание от легковеса, но на самом деле досрочных побед в легком весе тоже немало бывает. Опять же, там вспоминаемые удары по корпусу, технические остановки и так далее. То есть досрочных побед в легком весе и там, в среднем весе и так далее бывает зачастую не меньше. Но, конечно же, удар тяжеловеса не сравнится с ударом легковеса. Есть другая интересная такая статистика, анализ, что из-за того, что там в легких весах большее количество ударов выбрасывают и так далее, то есть зачастую мозг, ну, так скажем, травмируется именно у ребят из более легких весовых категорий, да, из-за количества пропущенных ударов, а вот у тяжеловеса все проще. Попал, упал, проснулся и все.
Да, мы пока видим, как Оганесян методично разбирает Зегару. У меня что бросается в глаза, практически все удары Артуша доходят до цели. Разбивает даже банально джебом своего оппонента. И вот сейчас перуанскому боксеру объективно тяжело.
Хочется отметить отличные такие фишки от Артуша. Где-то он в сторону выкинет руку, ударит другой рукой, где-то подожмет локоточком. То есть так, видно, что хорошо обучен уже именно профессиональным таким приемчиком.
Ну и разница в антропометрии тем, что Оганесян хорошо пользуется. Вот этот размах рук у него заметно превосходит своего оппонента.
Мне кажется, что еще Зегаре очень сложно построиться под левшу. Когда Оганесян именно в этой стойке работает, очень сложно Давиду как-то подобраться.
Да, Артуш просто джебом держит оппонента, и все, и никаких проблем после этого не получает.
Отлично выцеливает задней руки Артуш. Попадание справа и поменял стойку. Теперь в правше доносит силовые удары, но заканчивается раунд.
Я думаю, не успеет Оганесян финишировать в этом отрезке своего соперника.
Интересно, что все-таки выдержал эти попадания Зегара.
Да, и Зегаре хорошо идти никуда не надо. Его прям зажали в синем углу, да. И секунда на 3-4 у него больше времени на отдых. Но мне кажется, поединок так складывается для Оганесяна, что его нужно доводить до логичного завершения, и это завершение является досрочной победой.
Думаю, что Артуш, в принципе, будет к этому стремиться однозначно.
Надо ли в таком положении форсировать события Оганесяну, или же нужно продолжать методично действовать?
Ну, по первым 2 раундам его работа приносила успех. Стоит ли увеличивать темп в данной ситуации, когда вот такого-то ножа хватало Оганесяну для того, чтобы разбивать своего оппонента?
Да, я тоже соглашусь, мне кажется, еще рановато для того, чтобы там как-то уже чересчур включаться или лететь вперед.
При этом на старте этого раунда еще и Зегара попробовал пару раз взорваться. Может быть, чувствуя, что силы покидают. И если не сейчас что-то попробовать, то уже не будет на это времени.
Но видим, что вот эти такие выпады периодические Давида Зегара, они все равно так или иначе, но доставляют какие-то там дискомфорт Артушу, Оганесяну. Поэтому Артуш, в принципе, и не торопится, то, о чем мы говорили.
Ну, при этом все равно раз за разом. То у канатов зажимает Зегару, то в каком-нибудь углу и разбивает его. И
отлично
по корпусу,
в корпус сейчас с левой руки попадает прямым ударом.
А вот сейчас
хорошо зацепил Зегара.
Огрызнулся перуанский боксер.
Ну и возвращает довольно быстро себе центр ринга.
Знаете, на что я обратил внимание? Что вот Зегара так наклоняется, и его голова находится на такой расстоянии, на такой высоте, прям очень удобной для высокого Оганесяна, что ему достаточно просто вынести руку, чтобы попасть по своему оппоненту.
Ну, довольно неплохо еще работает и корпусом, да, Оганесян, что вот даже эту свою голову от головы Зегарры он вовремя убирает, чтобы, ну, не было столкновения головами, потому что, в принципе,
как Зегарра может
Зегарры они провоцируют.
По подбородку?
Да, то, что так вперед идет, что нет-нет, может зацепить. Но Артуш умело чувствует это. Сейчас отлично попадает в передние руки и сзади по корпусу.
Очень хорошо то, что Оганесян как раз миксует этажи. И даже если голова Зегарры выдерживает, то корпус уже, наверное, тоже подпроседает потихоньку.
Хладнокровно, уверенно идет Артуш.
Ну и
все, останавливает рефери.
Я вот пару секунд назад сказал, что все, близок к завершению Оганесян. Читаю игру.
The official time of this end comes to you at 2 minutes 27 seconds in round number 3. To the winner by TKO, the pride of Rostov, Russia, Artush Oganesian.
Tonight, the host of the evening will be yours truly, Anatoly Sulyanov, ring announcer of the evening, Jimmy Galegas, and it is my privilege to present to you our special guest and co-host of Hardcore Boxing, former UFC champion, the chosen one, Tyron Woodley. Tyron, it's an honor to welcome you in our ring.
It's a blessing and it's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate you having me. People of Hardcore, Visem Privit, it is also my great honor, and I'm glad to welcome every spectator in the arena live on ESPN Plus and VK. Today, we are awaited with the highest level of boxing clashes, including the championship battles for the belt of Hardcore Boxing Association.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here tonight we have some living legends. And now, they will tell us their predictions. Most likely, we'll find out who they are. Antonio, as we know, you and Roy have fought 3 times, a true trilogy. They are here with us. We can bring them up right now. Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones Jr., where are you? Let's hear it for Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones Jr. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen one of the greatest fights between the two, a trilogy, here tonight. The task is up to you. We would like to see a stare-off, a face-off. Would it happen here tonight? Would you do it here tonight? What do you think, Anatoly? Should they do the stare-off?
They should do it right now.
All right, let's do it. Come on.
Wow!
Would it happen again, ladies and gentlemen? In fact, if they fought, the winner of a potential fight will be awarded an apartment here in Dubai by the Hardcore Boxing title partner, Mira Company. So guys, do you think, or do you want to see this happen again as an exhibition? Make some noise! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones Jr. now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our opening attraction of the evening, and it's live on ESPN Knockout and VK Video. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 8 rounds of the heavyweight division from Agenda Arena. We present to you the opening attraction. Let's go ahead and welcome first to the ring, Herman Garcia Montes. And now, let's welcome his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, Ruslan Faifer! And now, ladies and gentlemen, here from the city of Dubai, the city of gold, United Arab Emirates, this is our opening attraction of the evening, and it's scheduled for 8 rounds of the heavyweight division. Our referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, Daniel Vendawille. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white with gold. He stands at 185 centimeters and he weighed in at 102.90 kilos. His professional record includes 12 bouts, 8 wins coming to by way of knockout. He's ranked number 1 of the heavyweight division in his country. Please welcome, desde Chihuahua, Mexico, Herman Garcia Montes. And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black with gold. He stands at 185 centimeters. He weighed in at 105.8 kilos. His professional record stands at 27 wins. 4 defeats with 18 wins coming to by way of knockout. Here's the former IBF, WBC Baltic Silver, WBA Asia Champion and current IBA Champion, fighting out of Krasnodar, Russia. Please welcome Ruslan Faifer.
Okay, guys, I want a clean fight. Obey my commands at all time and protect yourself at all time. When I say break, break cleanly. When I say stop, no more punches. I don't want to see punches lower than this, no kidney punches, and certainly no rabbit punches. Touch gloves.
Ну что ж, друзья, всех приветствуем на первом международном турнире Hardcore Boxing в Дубае. С вами комментаторское трио. Журналист Матч ТВ Василий Конов-младший, непобежденный боксер-профессионал Владимир Мышев.
И голос хардкора, солнечный Алексей Сафонов. Ну раз у нас международный турнир, то мы должны перевести на английский язык. Сани Сафонов.
Я надеюсь, что ты сказал именно солнечный.
От души и с любовью, брат.
Ну что ж, поехали. Первый поединок главного карда, но уже далеко не первый бой сегодняшнего вечера бокса от хардкора. Руслан Файфер против Германа Гарсии Монтеса.
Ну да, скажем так, что Руслан Файфер всем болельщикам хардкора известен. Это уже, получается, 3-й его поединок в этой организации. Причем Руслан Файфер успел подраться и по кулачке. И мы, на самом деле, с Алексеем очень долго этот бой обсуждали. Он однозначно оставил...
Спорное решение, да? Там
да,
было,
и пищу для размышлений и так далее. А вот с Германом Гарсией Монтесом, наверное, многие из нас видятся впервые.
И в этот момент ты вступаешь в дело.
Да, 34 года Монтесу, он из Мексики. Провел больше 10 боев на профессиональном ринге, 8 побед, и причем все 8 досрочные, кстати говоря. Первый номер Мексики по бокс-реку, и в последний раз выходил на ринг в октябре 22 года и добился победы.
Ну а сейчас Руслан Файфер очень неплохие удары донес до цели, до головы Монтеса.
У Руслана интересные удары такие, да, с разных углов, вот такие своеобразная техника у него, так скажем.
Самарская школа, да?
Я даже не знаю, самарская это ли школа, или это школа
ли это?
Руслана Файфера именно. То есть такая, действительно, к такому трудно приспособиться.
Да, ну вот часто отмечают профессиональные боксеры, у которых точенная техника, что с технарями работать гораздо проще, чем с теми, кто бьет под необычными углами. Кто-то называет это колхозными ударами, безусловно.
Или из-под, да.
Да, именно.
Тут чуть другая история.
Да, у Руслана Файфера все-таки совсем не колхозная техника. Она просто своеобразная, да, именно.
В принципе, ну, он отлично сейчас демонстрирует это неудобство, и совершенно соперник пока не знает, что делать с Русланом.
Так, легко довольно на ножках передвигается Руслан.
Монтес пока предпочитает больше защищаться, нежели наносить какие-то удары. Возможно, оно и правильно.
Ну, как сказать, тяжелый вес. В любом случае, даже по блоку удары принимать неприятно. И имеет даже удар по руке накопительный эффект. Не знаю, стоит ли перекрываться и не атаковать. Но Руслан явно ведет.
В начале поединка, когда Монтес пытался носить удары, сразу же нарывался на встречные попадания от Файфера. Поэтому, я думаю, он сейчас будет вносить какие-то коррективы уже только после перерыва.
Ну и опять же, если сможет он внести эти коррективы, потому что пока что Файфер шикарно себя показывал.
Ну, свои тарелки, да, Руслан.
Спокойно, не надо, не заводись, нормально, все красиво. Все четко.
Здорово, вот опять же в хайлайтах было показано, как Руслан делал переводы с корпуса на голову.
Причем одноименные.
Очень круто.
А Монтес в этот момент выглядел каким-то обескураживающим. То есть не знал, что делать, как дальше быть. Но в принципе это сейчас на первых секундах как-то... Я не вижу, за счет чего он хочет там развить свою атаку.
Ну, сейчас пытается подобраться к Руслану, но так довольно беззубо, наверное.
Да, не выглядит перспективно попытки Монтеса начать атаку. В такой усыпляющей манере действует Руслан Файфер.
Да, но удар у Руслана точно есть. Поэтому не стоит моргать. Он в любой момент может потушить свет. Хотя, честно признаюсь, я также думал, когда смотрел его поединок с Кевином Джонсоном, но в итоге мне пришлось посмотреть весь бой. К сожалению, он не смог нокаутировать ветерана бокса.
По корпусу неплохо пробивает Файфер.
И вновь стоит отметить, что никуда не торопится Руслан, хоть раундов не такое большое количество.
А Монтес разве куда-то торопится? Мне кажется, он тоже согласен с этим темпом.
Ну, мы же, опять же, все-таки и мы, и букмекеры выведем явным фаворитом Руслана Файфера, поэтому, наверное, от него, так скажем, мы ждем больше, и плюс как от своего соотечественника в том числе.
Ну да, мы здесь в какой-то степени не можем быть объективными, да, все-таки, как ты правильно сказал, боксирует россиянин, и мы априори предпочтение свои отдаем.
Пока у Монтеса, честно говоря, просто не видно, за счет чего он мог бы побеждать. Атаки какие-то такие затяжные, ленивые довольно-таки. Ну и по арсеналу скудновато.
А Руслан сейчас насыпал град ударов.
Да, из этого
Ой, сейчас хорошо зацепил.
Было.
Плотно слева пробил Файфер, уклоняется
Пошел
от атак
вперед Монтес.
Германа.
Возможно, вот в таких вот, да, вязких моментах будет искать свой успех Монтес.
Я думаю, что в клинче может очень хорошо пробить и Файфер.
Где-нибудь апперкот какой-нибудь донести, да. Прям хороший.
Прям напрашивается.
Тем более Монтес так низко наклоняется, что там реально встретить его...
Сейчас неплохо зацепил, кстати, с правой руки Монтес.
Не за
Все
горами
больше
уже.
и больше такой бой становится вязким.
Особенно, конечно, в контрасте с предыдущим поединком, где бойцы вообще без клинча фактически работали.
Да, там только в концовке, где-нибудь 8-го раунда ребята впервые их разнимал рефери, а тут как раз-таки уже у судьи есть работка.
Да, заканчивается второй раунд. Но на самом деле, наверное, все-таки для Монтеса он чуть лучше, чем первый.
Незначительно, но я, пожалуй, соглашусь, да, что здесь не так все в одностороннем порядке.
Third round.
Ну, кстати говоря, как будто тебя услышал. Монтес
Неплохо начинает этот раунд Монтес на самом-то деле. И такие какие-то звоночки, да, в сторону Файфера, что пропускает удары, джеба пропускает и справа пропускает. Как будто бы не все так очевидно становится в этом поединке.
Посмотрим, фактически это только дебют встречи.
Посмотрим, потому что, в принципе, вот такое затягивание, так скажем, в глубокие воды как раз на руку, скорее всего, пойдет Монтесу, нежели Руслану Файферу. Я, конечно, не знаю...
Ой, после сигнала стоп Руслан зачем-то ударил,
да,
а?
не очень правильно. Я, конечно, не знаю, как Руслан готовился к этому поединку, но как будто бы вот чуть задышал. Возможно, сказывается, опять же, там, адаптация, акклиматизация и так далее. Потому что, вспоминая, опять же, поединок Михаила Тарабрина, тоже начал очень хорошо Миша, и потом как будто бы стало ему тяжеловато.
Все-таки Тарабрин встречался с боксером, ему уже не раз говорили, что вот именно опыта боксерского Миши не хватило. Тут все-таки Руслан всю жизнь в этом виде спорта. И...
Ему в свое время чуть не хватило опыта в кулачке как раз. Чтобы...
Да.
Головами нам опасно могли столкнуться боксеры.
А как-то упал темп. Монтес активно начал третий отрезок, но сейчас как-то...
Но сейчас, опять же, мне кажется, это падение темпа как раз на руку Монтесу. Не знаю, смотрим, как будет дальше развиваться события. На самом деле так...
Ой, сейчас хорошая двоечка.
Файфер, да, но этот поединок становится таким конкурентным уже довольно.
Ну, пока ты громко говоришь, что это конкурентный бой. Да, Монтес огрызается, но... Ну, безусловно, мексиканец выглядит лучше, чем в стартовых двух отрезках. Это 100%. Ну, как-то и Руслан тоже очень мало действий предпринимает в этом бою.
Вот сейчас вновь зацепил Монтес и успешно защитился от ударов Руслана.
Нацеленность Файфера всегда после клинча вернуться с ударом. Конечно, так радует. Здесь главное правило не нарушить.
Да, один разочек он нанес такой неприятный удар для мексиканца после команды «Стоп». Такие удары могут негативно сказаться в будущем.
Сейчас хорошо с левой попал Файфер. Но опять же, удар не выглядел каким-то там акцентированным, устрашающим.
Последние 10 секунд.
Кончается этот раунд. Посмотрим, активизируются ли бойцы.
Ну да, какой-то действительно поединок немножко усыпляющий у нас получается.
Да, так скажем, не спешат порадовать, да, вот так публику. То, что мы говорили по поводу мексиканцев, которые обычно дарят там зрелище и так далее, тут пока мы этого не наблюдаем. Но, опять же, вот третий раунд получился очень хорошим для Монтеса. Посмотрим, что будет с четвертым.
Ну, может, он получился хороший для Монтеса, но при этом не очень хорошим для Руслана. Ну, очень мало действий в исполнении Файфера мы видели в этом отрезке.
seconds out. Round 4.
Итак, четвертый раунд. Тяжелый вес. Руслан Файфер, Герман Гарсия Монтес. Поехали.
Вась, ты неоднократно наблюдал за поединками Руслана Файфера. Что вообще скажешь, как он проявляет себя по ходу дистанции боя? Может ли прибавлять или начало бодрее?
Естественно, может, но он обычно действует плюс-минус в одном тоннаже. То есть это даже мы вспоминали его последний бой в декабре в Абу-Даби на IBA Champions Night против Кевина Джонсона. Он как начал действовать в одном темпе, и все отведенные раунды, если не ошибаюсь, их было 7, он так и действовал. То есть он без вопросов забирал каждый раунд против американского ветерана, но вот чего-то вот такого искры, вот этой вот, которая требуется зрителю, не хватало. То есть все ждали нокаут. Я помню, снимал этот поединок на телефон, и у меня затекла рука. Снимай так долго. А так, ну, мы все были свидетелями его зрелищных боев с Алексеем Папиным, который, правда, завершился не в пользу Руслана, но там действительно классная заруба была. И...
Да, хорошо помню тот поединок. Действительно, бой получился конкурентным. До момента его там завершения было непонятно, кто же выйдет победителем.
Ну, однозначно могу сказать, что у Руслана есть удар. То есть он такой, может быть, он даже не тяжеловес. Вот сейчас придумали, WBC придумал новую весовую категорию, Бриджер-Вейт до 101 килограмма. Вот, мне кажется, Руслан Файфер идеально подходит для этой категории. Но мы помним, что WBC сейчас не особо благосклонна к российским боксерам, поэтому Руслан не заморачивается в весогонке и предпочитает действовать в тяжелом весе. То есть лично у меня вот к этому, получается, у нас сейчас уже четвертый раунд, правильно идет?
Да.
Единственный вопрос, закончит ли Руслан бой досрочно, как бы вот у меня пока так.
То есть сценарий, что Гарсия Монтес сейчас чем-то удивит?
Меня нет. Я, честно говоря, не вижу, чем он может удивлять вот, по истечению вот этих стартовых отрезков.
Ну, я вам скажу, что не то, чтобы он удивляет меня, но бой-то он навязывает. И навязывает конкурентный поединок,
сейчас
попадает удары. Как бы я тут с тобой, Вась, не соглашусь.
Ну, машет по воздуху очень много мексиканец.
Как бы на бумаге было все, ну, не так, скажем, как складывается сейчас внутри.
То есть на бумаге многие видели этот бой, что он закончится в первом-втором раунде быстрой победой Руслана. Нет, но это к чести мексиканца, что приехал не просто пассажир, это точнее даже надо похвалить, наверное, матчмейкинг хардкора, что действительно конкурентный поединок Монтес дает. Но, правда, вот, кроме как конкурентный поединок, я пока не могу подобрать других слов.
Конкурентный, но не настолько, чтобы забирать его в свой
правильно,
список.
Именно так. То есть однозначно мы не видим никакого избиения, какой-то доминирующей манеры в исполнении Руслана. Просто я бы, честно говоря, хотел бы больше увидеть от Руслана в этом поединке, но пока того, что он делает, мне кажется, для победы точно достаточно.
Заканчивается четвертый раунд, половина боя позади. Ну и, кстати, в этом отрезке Руслан уже дважды показывал судье, что удары по затылку ему прилетают. Надеемся, что это не будет никаких последствий иметь для российского боксера.
Да, интересно, как сложится вторая половина этого боя. Бой перешел за экватор.
Не считай удары, свою работу делай и все. Так,
Подсказывает Константин Ерохин, что ничего, кроме правой руки, не делает Герман Гарсия Монтес. Сейчас даже как-то захотелось еще больше акцентировать на этом внимание и последить за атаками Германа. Действительно, угрожает он в основном только правой рукой.
Отличное начало раунда от Руслана Файфера. Хорошая работа сейчас передней рукой. Цепляет опять же Монтес. Находит брешь в обороне Руслана и вновь цепляется правой.
Ну, к счастью, Файфер довольно академично поднимает в нужный момент руки к голове. И очень много от Монтеса приходится по блоку.
Нужно избегать, мне кажется, Руслана, вот этих вот разменов ненужных, работы в ближнем бою, максимально выходить на комфортную для себя дистанцию, раздергивать, работать, опять же, с дальней дистанции. Ну, не знаю, он принимает игру соперника сейчас, что ему не стоит делать.
Да, очень много ненужных ударов сейчас Руслан пропустил, которые совершенно спокойно можно было избежать.
Да, Монтес-то только этого ищет. В принципе, вот то, что я говорил с первых раундов, Монтес ищет вот такого вязкого боя вблизи.
И мало по этажам работает, что один, что второй, так тоже бросается в глаза. Корпус не отбивает.
Да, и довольно, опять же, вот комфортно сейчас Монтес обороняется. Несмотря на то, что особо ничего не делает, казалось бы, стоит, да, напротив, но лишних ударов сейчас уже не пропускает. Да, что-то нужно предпринимать Руслану для такого более однозначного, так скажем, поединка.
Ну, над зрелищностью точно надо поработать.
Неплохо сейчас с правой руки.
Подсказки от Константина Ерохина, наверное, самый...
Ой-ой-ой, здорово зацепил Монтес.
И вот этот клинч в нужное время был для Руслана.
Сейчас-то как раз Монтес слева пробил.
Да,
Не
очень тяжело
справа.
дышит Руслан. А впереди еще не такое немалое количество раундов.
Да, как бы мне сейчас перебываться не пришлось, да? Не, ну здесь, наверное, не комплименты Монтесу надо делать, а Руслан демонстрирует, наверное, не лучшую версию самого себя. По крайней мере, в этом и в прошлом раундах.
Есть прекрасное выражение: каждый боксирует так, как ему позволяет соперник.
Не, ну хорошо, тогда надо попытаться навязать свою манеру. Ну, Руслан же получалось это делать в первом, втором раунде, а сейчас как-то он свалился вот в эту вот, в какой-то степени даже непонятную манеру Монтеса. Вот последние атаки неплохими были.
И при этом вновь цепляет Монтес с правой руки.
Стоило отметить высоко поднятые в нужный момент руки Руслана Файфера, как он стал опаздывать с этим действием.
Мне кажется, причем сейчас он начал опаздывать именно от того, что кончаются силы, как будто бы у него. Видно, что приходится ему непросто, именно физически, так скажем, подзакислился.
Сейчас 6-й раунд. Y si yo te está yendo aquí, y cortito, no quieres saber el gancho grande aquí, cortito, cortito.
Ну что ж, 6-й раунд. И намечается ли у нас небольшой перелом в сторону Германа Гарсия Монтеса?
Ну что, точно можно отметить, что сил на данном этапе у Монтеса точно больше.
Ну и плюс, если визуально, чем ближе конец боя и тем дальше будет Монтес действовать лучше соперника, то в глазах судей это тоже может иметь большое значение достаточно.
Да, и вновь, опять же, Руслан Файфер играет в игру Монтеса. К сожалению, для нас, как его болельщиков. Стоит у канатов. Руслан вроде бы успешно защищается, но при этом
не
действует
ничего,
сам.
да.
То есть никаких контратак или атак с его стороны нету. Возможно, действительно, я не знаю, там, забегая вперед или нет, не было учтено вот как раз история с какой-то акклиматизацией.
Мне казалось, что команда Pride как раз-таки довольно заранее прилетела. Возможно, я ошибаюсь, но, по-моему, они как раз-таки из расчета акклиматизации и смотрели возможность прибыть в Дубай пораньше.
Там есть такая история, что бывает наоборот. В некоторые страны летать лучше либо
прям
сильно за, либо за день. Да. А вот и бывает такой, скажем, промежуток времени, когда наоборот ты попадаешь в яму.
То есть, думаешь, Арабские Эмираты входят в
Я не знаю, честно сказать, сейчас у меня нет какого-то там анализа. Я просто знаю, что такое есть. Сейчас не готов ответить конкретно по Арабским Эмиратам.
Ну, как раз-таки команда Хабиба Нурмагомедова, насколько я помню, прилетает на бои в ОАЭ сильно заранее. Они где-то месяц там проводят, но при этом многие бойцы, например, кстати, вот Федор Емельяненко в Америку.
Ну, что случилось?
Что-то с ногой у Руслана. Поскользнулся, возможно, и подвернул ногу, не знаю.
Что-то непонятно, да. И, честно говоря, вот растерянным был и Монтес, что делать в данной ситуации. И рефери был растерян.
Было слышно, как из угла Монтесу кричат, ну, что-то вроде, наверное, делай, бей, потому что увидели, что в замешательстве находится и рефери, и Руслан Файфер, и сам Монтес.
Ну, так, конечно, дыхание перехватило, но вроде как без травмы ноги обошлось, просто поехал.
Может быть, поскользнулся, не знаю. Интересно было бы услышать у самого Руслана, что случилось в данный момент.
Слышим даже какую-то поддержку сейчас со стороны зрителей. Я, правда, не очень хорошо слышу, что они кричат, но активизировались фанаты.
И Герман Гарсия Монтес тоже активизировался.
Да, вспоминаю я свой монолог в начале этого поединка и, скорее всего, вынужден констатировать, что Владимир не зря является непобежденным специалистом в этой области. Да, пока Руслан, особенно в этом раунде, точно не впечатлил, к сожалению. 7-й раунд и еще, получается, 2.
Держи. Время тяни хоть. Развязывай, кинь.
We are in the 7th, eh? His ankle. I thought it was his shoe that came off. Okay, I will go. Sorry, you must go. Go. Mouthpiece. Box.
Сейчас как будто бы опять что-то с ногой было вот при выходе у Руслана Файфера.
Какая-то наклейка сзади на спине у Руслана. Я не знаю, что это там осталось.
Может быть, это...
Записка для рефери?
И судья сейчас пытался снять ее, не получилось.
Да, тяжело физически Руслану. Идет вперед Монтес. Ему все нипочем.
Подсказывает рефери, что нельзя отталкивать соперника.
Идет вперед Монтес, пока, правда, не наносит сам ударов.
Но при этом Руслан попадает, отступает и контратакует, и наносит как раз-таки свои удары.
Ну а сейчас дух и характер Руслана Файфера должны выходить на первый план, потому что очень ему тяжело физически. И в этот момент нужно...
Переламывать нужно себя, переламывать ход этого поединка. Неплохо попадает Руслан сейчас вот в таких вот историях, но... Продолжает идти вперед, в принципе, Монтес. Сейчас отлично по корпусу отработал Герман Гарсия. Но как будто бы тоже уже чуть более уставший стал Герман Гарсия Монтес. Стал наносить меньше ударов, стал меньше попадать, соответственно.
Ну и
последнее китайское предупреждение, да, Руслану Файферу.
Вот сейчас, конечно, 1 балл, если снимут, это может
сильно
очень
решит.
Да, весомое значение на судейских записках иметь. А вот если представить, что сейчас продолжается бой в таком же русле с действиями от Руслана Файфера, и если с него снимают балл, это будет оправдано?
Да, и что-то сейчас произошло, а капа выпала как раз
да.
у Руслана выпала.
Видимо, это
капа,
как раз таки те самые хитрости,
которых интересовался Алексей.
Да, предвосхищая такую ситуацию.
И за это ему тоже сейчас грозятся снять в следующий раз балл. То есть, по факту, такие 2 предупреждения о предупреждениях со стороны рефери Руслану Файферу.
Да, боксировать еще 1,5 раунда. Да, Руслан очень тяжело.
Насыпает Монтес. с корпуса переводит на голову. Конечно, мало точности в этих попаданиях, то есть не выделяет эти удары, но при этом доходят они до цели. Вот еще одна хитрость, о которой ты спрашивал, Алексей.
Да, Руслан сейчас полный арсенал вот этих лайфхаков, да, использует, как потянуть время и как перевести вот этот разговоры, типа непонимание. Да, так хорошо Руслан начинал этот поединок.
Но просел по дистанции боя.
Очень сильно просел, да.
Но к чести сейчас терпит, старается отвечать.
Да, огрызается точными попаданиями, но все-таки чисто по количеству, конечно, Монтес делает больше.
Ну, смотрите, у Монтеса, если не ошибаюсь, рассечение над правым глазом.
Интересно, это вследствие одного из клинчей и столкновения головами, возможно, или же все-таки Руслан слева так хорошо пробил?
Мне кажется, все-таки первый вариант, потому что действительно в последнее время количество клинчей участилось, и, соответственно, очень близко друг к другу находятся бойцы, и так бодаются, так скажем, друг с другом.
Так, а там не гематома ли там разрастается в районе правого глаза?
А еще мы видели, как Руслан хрома идет в свой угол, то есть, да, какие-то проблемы с ногой у него точно есть.
Дай, Лёд. Уже не спасем, но надо голову. Mete en la media y mete golpes de rapidez, no tienes de meter rapidez, mete volumen de golpes, respira.
Даже по хайлайтам было понятно, насколько часто апеллировал к рефери Монтес после этих всех захватов. Да, мы напомним, дорогие друзья, что Руслану Файферу было вынесено несколько последних предупреждений. Это за выплевывание капы и за отталкивание в клинче. Да? То есть, получается, весь раунд он действует на угрозах.
Сказал рефери боксерам в попытке вот сейчас обнять друг друга. Интересно. Ну что ж, начинается 8-й финальный раунд. И действительно очень многое поставлено на кон сейчас, наверное, в первую очередь для Руслана Файфера. Может ли этот отрезок быть решающим? Да, вполне возможно. Вполне возможно, этот последний раунд как-то в одну или в другую сторону сдвинет решение судей.
Скорее надо Руслану этот раунд забирать и избежать снятия баллов. Тогда можно рассчитывать на то, что по руку поднимут ему. Опять же можно рассчитывать, потому что Владимир просчитал ситуацию. Да. Опять же хочу похвалить Владимира, который в самом начале призвал не петь дифирамбы и не забегать так далеко. Он как прям в воду глядел, и Монтес или услышал тебя. И ситуация на ринге кардинально изменилась.
Спасибо, Василий, мне аж чуть неловко стало.
Ну тогда, если что, выход там.
Не, я просто попытался немножко сгладить за себя, в общем.
Ну что ж, картинка боя продолжается, как, в принципе, последние раунды, да. Герман Гарсия Монтес идет вперед с, так скажем, градом ударов, пусть, может быть, не очень сильных, мощных,
но они не все доходят до цели. Вот посмотри, он машет по воздуху, Монтес очень много при этом.
Он много выбрасывает, но при этом все-таки до цели тоже доходят попадания.
Ну да, то есть лучше там... Ой-ой-ой,
сейчас зацепил, да.
Зацепил очень хорошо. И что я хотел сказать, ну лучше там хоть минимальное количество доносить из большого количества выброшенных ударов, чем, в принципе, ну,
раз за раунд.
Что-то, конечно, есть вопросы к физической готовности Руслана, если честно.
Да, здесь уже, кстати, второе замечание за этот раунд в сторону Германа Гарсия Монтеса. Как бы тут еще и с него балл не... Ух ты!
Да, на выходе из клинча, да.
Файфер. Чуть отпустил ситуацию Герман Гарсия Монтес и отлично зацепил Руслан.
Меньше минуты осталось в заключительном отрезке. 8-й раунд у нас подходит потихонечку к концу. Как и первый бой главного карда, собственно.
Не останавливается. Монтес насыпает. И корпус, и голова. Уже даже не видит, куда он бьет, но продолжает бить.
Тогда в какой-то момент мне показалось, что пошатнулся так Файфер, но скорее от общей усталости, чем от ударов уже.
Но опять же, мы помним, что прихрамывает Руслан, возможно, тоже неустойчивое положение как раз из-за этого может быть.
Да, принимает много ударов Файфера. Все, сейчас будет останется.
Слышал, выплюнул капу. Рефери это видит. Интересно, будет ли снят балл? Это вообще во многом повлияет на исход поединка. Ну, интересно.
Ну, слушайте, реально 10 секунд с выплюнутой капой. Бой продолжался.
Нет, видимо, не будет снимать рефери. На самом деле, там, со стороны фанатов из России стоит сейчас поблагодарить его, потому что он бы мог поступить и иначе.
Ну, просто, возможно, с ракурса рефери не было видно, преднамеренно это действие или нет, поэтому никаких санкций не последовало.
Ну и обратим внимание на реакцию обоих боксеров. Монтес победно скидывает руки, а Руслан как-то не проявляет уверенность в своей победе. Ну, наверное, я все-таки с Русланом соглашусь, я тоже не уверен в том, что поднимет руку ему.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the judges' scorecards, how about another big round of applause for both of these warriors representing Russia and Mexico. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. Judge Gary Kironowski has the bout 77-75. Ruslan Fayfer. Judge Mike Hill has the bout 77-75 for Herman Garcia Montes. And Judge Andrei Shevelov has this contest 77-75 to the winner by split decision. The fighting pride of Russia, Ruslan Fayfer.
Руслан, поздравляю тебя. Ты наш герой, друзья. Давайте поаплодируем еще громче. 3 раунда. Я так подозреваю, что с порванным сухожилием ты отстоял и сделал это. Ты красавчик. Тебе микрофон. Заслуженная, тяжелая, четкая победа.
Спасибо. Всем добрый вечер. Большое спасибо. Хотел бы сказать вам, зрители, что пришли, что поддерживали. Особенно, когда было очень тяжело. Я слышал ваши крики, ваше подбадривание. Это очень помогло и добавило мне сил. Спасибо вам большое.
Ruslan is saying thank you for your support.
И, конечно, бы хотел сказать слова благодарности. Это Максиму Евгеньевичу Каганскому, Анатолию Сильянову, Лиге Hardcore, тренерскому штабу. Это мой личный тренер Виктор Петроченко, Константин Ирохин, который выводит меня в ринг, всегда поддерживает, капитан нашей команды, Хамзат, все вы ребята, которые были рядом. Большое вам спасибо. Также благодарительную фонду имени Андрея Андреева, с самых первых шагов меня поддерживал. Большое вам спасибо, друзья. Это наша общая победа. Все для вас. Очень рад быть здесь. Спасибо.
Will be a lot of Russian worlds for ESPN for tonight. So thank you very much for this outstanding tough fight, Ruslan. It was great. Thank you, thank you. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as I know, we go into our surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the bouts here tonight, we do have a very special guest. Truly the best ever with a record of 50-0, a multi-time world champion and entrepreneur. He's part of the money team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome to the ring at this time, Floyd Money Mayweather! All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have truly one of the best ever here with us. Floyd, welcome to Dubai. I know you are very familiar with Dubai and the Middle East. How do you like it so far?
Great night of boxing, Hardcore Boxing League, unbelievable show tonight. So many great fighters, so many legends in the house tonight. A great night of boxing.
That's what it's all about. And Anatoly right here, he's happy to have you. He's high praises for you, and he wants to continue to work with you. Are you up for that?
Of course, Hardcore Boxing League is, you know, they're making a lot of noise in the sport of boxing. And if I can be of any help, I'm here to help. You know, they're pushing hard, they're working hard, and that's what I'm all about.
So you got some boxing going on here and there, some exhibitions. When is your next fight? I hear there's a big surprise happening pretty soon.
We don't really know. We making a world tour. I like to call it the heist tour. But it's all about these young guys. You know, I'm just having fun, enjoying myself, just being able to travel the world, giving the people just a glimpse of me, as far as with the exhibitions, and hopefully some of the older legends can get on the undercard of some of my exhibition bouts.
Beautiful. What about fight with Jake Paul here on Hardcore Boxing?
We really don't know. There's so many different, you know, guys that I can do exhibition and exciting bouts with. We don't want to just choose one guy. Jake Paul he's making a lot of noise in the sport of boxing, and I'm proud of him.
How do you think, after his fight with Tommy Fury, is he a professional boxer already or not?
Well, you know, I spoke about this before. I said, you know, as long as he's fighting guys that's a little bit older, that's coming from the MMA, it's kind of cool. But once he fight a guy that can fight a little bit, it's going to be totally different. And as you guys seen, it was totally different once he fought a guy that can really fight a little bit.
But a fight, Mayweather versus Jake Paul, is possible. Maybe in the future. For the good money. For the good money for money team.
Well, it's not actually a real fight because of the weight difference.
Yeah, sure.
But
exhibition fight.
Is it possible that we could do an exhibition? We never know. You know, only time will tell.
I think it will be a very good start of partnership of Money Team and X Hardcore. Thank you very much for coming, Floyd. I know you joining us like a commentator of tonight's evening, and we love you, Floyd. You are the legend. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set to continue our next attraction here live on ESPN Knockout and VK Video. This is for 8 rounds in the cruiserweight division. Introducing to you first, to make his way into the ring, let's welcome Ali Balov! And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, ready to make his way into the arena. Please welcome Kuriesh Saka! Ladies and gentlemen, here from Agenda Arena in Dubai, we are set for our next attraction of the evening, live on ESPN Knockout and VK Video. This is for 8 rounds of the cruiserweight division. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white and gold trunks, he stands at 188 centimeters, weighing in at 90.65 kilos. His professional record, 12 victories with 8 wins coming to you by way of knockout and only 1 defeat. Tonight, he is ready for the rematch he's been waiting for. He's the former North American Boxing Federation Cruiserweight Champion and number 2 in the cruiserweight rankings of his country. Fighting out of Kazakhstan, the challenger here tonight. Please welcome Ali Balov! And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black and gold trunks. He stands at 191 centimeters and weighed in at 91.55 kilos. His professional record stands at 8 wins, with 4 wins coming to by way of knockout. He is the current HBA Cruiserweight Champion of the World, fighting out of Moscow, Russia. Here is Kuriesh Saka!
Okay, gentlemen, we have been over the rules in the dressing room. I don't want to see any rabbit punches. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, back to your corners, good luck.
All right, here we have Ali Baliev and Kuriesh Sagov matching up. This is a rematch. Floyd, you really weren't one to have too many rematches in your career. What is the difference between the first fight and the second fight?
The difference between the first fight, if you won the first fight, you have to come back and had to work a little bit harder because it's obvious a rematch because the fans and the people thought it was something different from the first fight. So some may think that it was a very, very exciting fight or a very, very close fight. So that's why you guys fight in a rematch.
I almost felt when you had rematches, you came out and really wanted to make a statement, so to speak, when it comes to going ahead and making more of an impression. You won, obviously, you're undefeated in your career, but that second fight, you really wanted to come out and just prove without a doubt that the guy didn't even belong in the ring with you.
Absolutely. Actually, one of the guys I had a rematch with is here tonight, Chino Madonna. Tough competitor, tough chin, and the will to win.
No question about it. Right now we have Ali Baliev and Kuriesh Sagov matching up. Gotta love watching these youngsters go at it. There's a right hand that connected by Sagov.
Yes, but in the sport of boxing today, what I see is a lot of fighters making a lot of mistakes. As far as learning the fundamentals, boxing is not always about the knockouts. In the beginning of my career, of course, for the first probably 10 years, I was a knockout artist. But then the great thing was me being a defensive fighter, I wasn't able to take punishment. So I was able to have a career of 20-something years.
Well, you have a doctorate degree when it comes to the sport of boxing.
Yes.
You really demonstrated that it was a sweet science inside the squared circle.
Yes. Right here in this fight right here, even like these guys in the rematch, hopefully the guy in the white learned from the first fight. He has to do something different.
Yeah, Baliev is really wanting to get back that win.
So in the first fight, if I'm not mistaken, the guy is 8-0 and the other guy is 12-1. So this is the guy that he lost to.
Exactly.
So I think he has to be a little bit more aggressive in this fight.
Well, it's one of those things, as you mentioned, that you have to take it to the guy that you beat to, make sure that you don't necessarily leave any doubt in the judge's eyes.
Well, it looks like he's doing a lot of weightlifting, which is not really good for fighters.
I mean, to my knowledge, and I watched you train several times at the Mayweather Boxing Club in Las Vegas, I don't ever remember you picking up a lot of weights. I just saw you doing massive amounts of cardio and just in on the bags and doing boxing work.
Well, I did a lot of, push-ups, sit-ups. But in boxing today, even like Anthony Joshua, his frame looks unbelievable when he go out there and fight. But sometimes weights can slow a fighter up. So I'm not really one that's too fond of a fighter lifting weights.
Well, obviously you went ahead and it worked for you, and you're right. It's about being fluid and mobile and just executing your punches and being able to last 12 rounds.
Absolutely.
Корпус бьет, обрати внимание, корпус бьет, его правый встречай сразу корпус.
Попал хорошо. Вот это повтори еще раз, и все будет.
They don't really worry about the audience. Their focus is streams in different views. So that's where the revenue comes at now in the sport of boxing. Views and streams.
When you try to impart your knowledge upon the younger generation, we are now into the third round when it comes to Ali Baliev and Kirish Sagov. What do you like to tell them?
No, this is the second round.
Second round, beg your pardon. But what do you like to tell the younger fighters in terms of what they can do to really, move forward and what they can better, how they can better their careers?
I tell them, don't look at Money Mayweather. Look at Pretty Boy Floyd. Whereas I worked extremely hard and it wasn't about the money until I got to a certain point. We can never put no value, on our lives when we going out there risking our lives. So, I mean, you try to get what you can get when you're going out there risking everything.
Well, I mean, I go back to when you went your first pay-per-view event, as we continue with the action here. You went to the backyard of Arturo Gatti, and you were, at that point, you're like, look, I don't care that A-side, B-side, don't matter to me. I'll fight him in his backyard. I'll beat him. And you went ahead and handled business and did something that nobody's been able to do to the late, great Arturo Gatti.
Well, I don't want to take anything away from Arturo Gatti, tough competitor. And at that particular time, I was young. So as you get older, you look at things in a total different way. When I was young, of course, I didn't have a Floyd Mayweather to guide me in the right way, but I did have an Al Haymon. And once Al Haymon got into my life, it was a truly blessing. Al Haymon's in the sport of boxing right now. I mean, he's one of the best things that ever happened to the sport of boxing, along with myself and other legends and people that paved the way for the sport of boxing. Guys like Don King, we have to take our hat off to Don King. We have to take our hat off to guys like Bob Arum. There's so many guys that paved the way and helped the sport of boxing. So I'm just happy for those guys that helped me get to where I'm at today.
Well, I think it's fair to say that you took control of your career alongside, Al Haymon, and obviously the rest is history.
But Al, me and him working together just day in and day out, we had a game plan. And it's all about having a game plan. Even like watching this fight right here, as you can see.
Sagov is the one. He was victorious over Baliev in the first fight, and he seems to be pushing the issue. As you mentioned, Baliev is slowing down a little bit.
We talked about lifting weights. Lifting weights, a lot of times, it makes the body look good, but it slows fighters down.
It's all about that cardiovascular and that endurance. Big right hand there that landed by Sagov. And Sagov doesn't look like he's been hitting the weights as much as Baliev has, and he landed a big right hand there. It seems there's a left hook that backed up, that wobbled Baliev. Baliev's hurt. Final moments of the round.
I don't think this fight is well. Just from my experience and from what I see. He's fatigued, and this is only the second round.
That is the end of the second. Did you know as a fighter, I mean, I felt like you had this like sixth sense in the ring. Did you know when a guy was starting to suck wind a little bit and when he was tired?
I got so much experience at the highest level, more experience than anybody in the history at the highest level. It's like second nature to me. I knew what I was doing, I knew what I wanted, and I had the right team. You know, I didn't know it all. And the great thing about my career is I listen. A lot of fighters win a title, or they can be 16-0, 24-0. Doesn't mean you don't have to listen. I still listen to my Uncle Roger, may he rest in peace. Still listen to my dad. Listen to the older people that knows a lot about the sport of boxing.
Well, and also, it is just, you know, you mentioned, you know, your late, great, you know, Uncle Roger, and, you know, you mentioned, you know, your father as well, but you always have been embedded in the sport of boxing since a youngster.
My whole life.
It was always like, you know, it was always a big thing with you and growing up through the amateurs in Flint, Michigan.
Yes. No, Grand
Rapids, I think.
Grand Rapids. It don't matter, any part of Michigan. You know, I got to show love to the whole state of Michigan. They supported me from day one, and they're still supporting me, even with my exhibitions.
Well, and also, even, you know, now you have, you know, Las Vegas as your adopted hometown, with the right hand over the top, and obviously you brought the biggest names and the biggest events in the history of the sport came to Las Vegas.
Yes, well, you know, 3 of the biggest fights, me and Oscar, me and Canelo, me and Pacquiao, and me and Conor. Those are 4 biggest fights in history.
And do you think, you know, when it comes to hardcore boxing, that they're trying to create sort of that atmosphere that, you know, you had in your fights in Las Vegas, but over in this part of the world?
Well, the Hardcore Boxing League, I've been working with them for a long time, a lot, behind the scenes. And like I always speak about, just because you don't see my name, just because you don't see the Mayweather name, Mayweather Promotions, doesn't mean that I'm not involved. No different from PBC. A lot of times, you can't say that I'm signed to PBC, or I'm working with PBC, and I'm not working with Floyd Mayweather. So I'm involved in so many different boxing companies that I don't talk about.
Right, I feel like you're a lifer and you love it and you eat it and you breathe it. You know, even now, I've never seen you. I've known you for well over a decade. I've never seen you out of shape a day in my life. I
just love giving back to the sport of boxing. It's all about giving back to the sport of boxing. And a lot of times, when you give certain criticism to fighters, they call it jealousy. I'm not jealous of fighters. I just want the best for these fighters. So, and we got so many big fights coming up with so many young fighters and so many fighters that it is established. A lot of great bouts coming up soon.
Well, you mentioned about a guy that you mentored. I mean, you know, Gervonta Davis has got Ryan Garcia lined up. There's a big right hand there by Baliev, and Baliev, maybe the power got to Sagov there. He got that second win.
And they was wrong.
Now he's coming out and swinging for the fences. I don't know if you're a baseball fan, Floyd, but it's like a power hitter. You know, it takes a couple of swings, you know, goes down a little bit, and then comes back and gets a big hit. Now his confidence grows. Look at this. Balloev pushing the issue there on Sagov. Sagov now is the one initiating the exchange or trying to hold.
You gotta put it all to the line. Part two.
That's the end of the round.
Yes, yes.
But when it comes to some of these upcoming fights, what are some that you're looking forward to? Next week we have Caleb Plant, David Benavidez.
Yes.
You have Tank and Ryan Garcia. I mean, you fought everybody in your era. I mean, literally, it was like, you know, you fought. But people don't. When people talk about your career, I look at 2007, if I'm correct, when you fought De La Hoya in May, then you fought Ricky Hatton in December. I mean, like, what? I mean, you know, I think that's great for the sport of boxing that we're seeing these massive fights happen, you know, back-to-back months in many aspects.
I'm just so proud of these fighters. We got Tank and Ryan, Benavidez, Plant, exciting boxing.
Would you say, I think Benavidez and Plant is a 50-50 fight, you know, given your honest assessment, what do you think in terms of that?
I mean, anything can happen in the sport of boxing. You can never overlook an opponent. Plant, he can box. You know, when Benavidez fought Ron Gaval the first time, I think it was a lot closer. They gave it to him. Could have been a draw, could have went to Ron, but Benavidez is unbelievable, unbelievable talent, very aggressive. He want to fight Canelo. That's the fight that he wants. If he continued to win, continue to look good, and continue to go out there and beat everybody that's put in front of him, he'll get the fight.
Well, one thing that you were always so masterful in when it comes to your fights, and this is what people don't realize, especially when you get that main event status. We got Jarrell Miller, Lucas Browne later tonight. Inside the ring, we got Ali Balloev and Kurish Sagov. Is that ring walk, all the demands of being in Las Vegas with your name on the marquee, you were so masterful at it. I don't know if you did yoga, Floyd, or how you calmed your nerves, but you always rose to the occasion. It never flustered you whatsoever. I'm not trying to ask you what your game plan was, but how did you maintain such composure?
I was built for that moment. And as we can see, he's you know, like, I don't know how to pronounce these guys' names.
Balloev, so, well, leave that to me.
No disrespect to these opponents. But I don't, you know, I'm not good with pronouncing their names. But we got the blue corner, we got the red corner.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, right now in the blue corner, we have Ali Balloev, who's looking to get his victory. He lost to Kurish Sagov in his last matchup. And now it is the stronger fighter, the more well-defined fighter, and Balloev, who's pushing the issue.
Yeah, he's proving me wrong.
Well, he did slow down, but he got cracked. Oh, boy! Wait a minute. Sagov pounces on him. He ate a right hand, and now Balloev is in some trouble. Now it's becoming a slugfest here.
Very exciting fight.
What an uppercut there by Sagov. Balloev's hurt. Sagov pouncing on him. They always say a fighter who's hurt's the most dangerous, but Balloev is in a world of trouble. Kurish Sagov looking to finish off Ali Balloev. Oh, left hook to the body. Languishing on the ropes. Oh, big right hand there. Right hand reminded me of the right hand you landed upon Canelo back in September of 2013.
No, Canelo's a hell of a fighter.
I'm not saying it, but
these guys are warriors.
Absolutely. What action here?
Me and Canelo are more guys with techniques.
These guys are just swinging for the fences. There is a right hand over the top by Balloev. Oh my goodness, he's almost out on his feet. Ali Balloev's almost out on his feet. Unbelievable action.
So I guess I may be right.
Floyd, anything and everything is possible in boxing,
Yeah, in the
as
sport
you
of
alluded
boxing,
to.
anything can happen.
Well, we're getting ready to come up on round number 5. Ray Floyd's Floyd Money Mayweather. Floyd, I don't know what it is, but ever since you got in the broadcast booth, the action has intensified.
I don't want to say that, but I want to say congratulations to you. You've been doing a remarkable job for so many years. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work and be the best that you can be.
Что? Он? Что, подышать, спокойно. Да, я прям выигрыш, все отлично.
My first undercard in Las Vegas was Mayweather and Canelo, and sort of growing the way up. And again, I got to give my thanks to Al Heyman for the opportunity. But here we are, you and I, in Dubai, as we get ready for round number 5. Boy, this action is heating up, Floyd. I mean, you think it's going one way, then it goes back to the other way. The fans are excited here at the Agenda Arena in Dubai. Floyd, if you were a Sagov who had Baliev hurt, what would you try to do here in this 5th round?
What I would do is I'd take my time, slowly take my time. Use your jab. See, you can be using the jab right now. Use the jab to set up the big shots. He's just walking to him with his hands down, and he can get hit with a big shot. Remember, a guy is always dangerous when he's hurt. He's more dangerous when he's hurt.
There's a left hook connecting for Sagov. Well, when especially these heavier weight classes, as we see, Floyd, what it reminds me of is, one of the best fights I've ever seen was Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury number 3. Fury had Wilder hurt, and Wilder comes out when you have a big punch like that and got the knockdown. So anything can happen, especially as you climb up to these heavier weight classes.
But what I talked about before is technique. You got to have you got to have a game plan. You got to go over the game plan before you get in. And you got to establish the game plan once you get inside that first circle.
Can you tell us about the importance? Because it looks like Baliev, who has been hurt, he's got blood on his trunks. He only has one game plan. When you fought, I felt like you had plan A, plan 1A, plan B, plan C, and you had different game plans or different methods of victory that you could go to if need be.
Well, I was blessed all around the board. I really was blessed all around the board. I don't really want to talk. I don't really want to brag or boast, but I come from a fighting family, so that played a major role. My dad was a top contender. He supposed to fought for the title, but he never did. My uncle, 2-time world champion, and another uncle who fought a lot of top competitors. So I come from a fighting family. So just being able to box and work with my family, it gave me a little bit of edge, I should say.
Well, you obviously learned the craft very much so, and that's the thing when it comes to prize fighting. It is a fight, but there is a science, there's a craft behind what you guys do inside the ring.
We have another fighter coming. My grandson.
Your grandson's on his way.
Yes.
So how old is he? And I'm sure he's in the amateur system.
No, he's not in the amateur system. Yeah, but he's working. You guys got to go see him on social media. He's only 2. But he's working
only 2. My goodness. Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The Mayweather name going to be around for decades more.
Hopefully.
I mean, hey, at the route that you're going, who knows? Maybe if you're still doing these exhibitions in maybe 10 years, maybe he makes his pro debut on one of your exhibitions. That's possible.
Well, this year I have, I believe, 4 to 5 exhibitions.
Okay.
We're working on one big exhibition, so I want everybody to hold on tight.
you know, is it nice to sort of, when you go in, I know you love to compete, because if I stand corrected, when Gervonta Davis, we were in Atlanta, Gervonta fought Mario Barrios, knocked him out, and you were so excited and amped up that I saw you on Instagram running after that fight. We got out of there like 2 or 3 in the morning, and you went to go for a run for 2 or 3 miles. I look on your Instagram, I'm like, what's Floyd's doing running at 3 in the morning? I'm going to the airport to head to another show. You're going out and running, but it's something that, like I said, I feel like you're always in shape and you love the sport so much.
Second down, round 6.
Health is your wealth. The fighters motivate me. So I'll do these exhibitions just to stay in shape. Push myself, stay in shape, and it keeps my weight down, and it keeps me just motivated.
Well, right now we are into the 6th round. I think we have, it's, you know, Sagov has been the one who has, for the most part, had the majority of the control, but you cannot count out Ali Baliev, who's got a whale of a punch. I thought he was out on his feet a couple rounds ago, and he's shown his determination and his durability.
We talked about that. We talked about fighters being determined, wanting to win, extremely bad, and that's what's happening tonight.
Well, and this is just the start. Coming up later tonight, we have Jarrell Big Baby Miller, Lucas Big Daddy Brown, also a fight that I'm looking forward to. Jono Carroll matching up against Miguel Mariaga. Miguel Mariaga, 3-time world title challenger, looking to go ahead and upset Jono Carroll. Carroll also fought for the world title, losing to Tevin Farmer, so that'll be an interesting matchup. There's a right hand connecting by Ali Baliev. But we'll see in this 6th round if Baliev can pick up the pace. I think he needs to get a little bit busier, him being from the blue corner.
This fight is going back and forth, a little bit back and forth. Very, very exciting. They're giving the fans what they want to see.
And we are just starting off the night here in Dubai. For those that are not in attendance here, there is a massive, you know, they have adorned the outside of the arena with the special guests and the fighters on. So Hardcore Boxing doing a marvelous job, not only inside the ring, but outside the ring for the overall experience of the fans that come in attendance here.
Well, Hardcore Boxing League, they tend to steer towards the VIP. You know, they want that VIP feeling when you come watch the fighters fight. Where the normal fights is just any and everybody comes. Hardcore Boxing League is more for the VIP.
There's a right hand connecting by Sagov. Sagov using his range, and he sat down on his punch, and that momentarily halted Ali Baliev. And quite a bit of VIPs in attendance here. Also, I know you mentioned about the champions. You know, Antonio Tarver is in the house. Also, Roy Jones Jr., Marcos Maidana. Have you seen Marcos yet?
Yes,
Did you guys?
I've seen him earlier today and just again in the back.
How was that like? I mean, I know you guys have mutual respect between each other. I mean, I remember those atmospheres in Las Vegas back in 2014.
Oh, it's no beef. We handled our business.
Oh, no doubt.
Twice.
There's a right hand by Baliev. Answering back is Sagov. I felt like that was a World Cup atmosphere when you guys fought. You had the Argentinians, your fans making noise. It went back and forth. But if you would have told me a couple rounds ago when Baliev was almost out on his feet, could barely make it to the corner, I thought the fight would have been over as we entered the 5th round, but I am sadly mistaken.
Well, I think he shot his load. Even though he had him hurt, he shot his load when he should have took his time and picked his shots.
It's not good enough just to come in with a lead right hand or telegraphing a power shot. In a clash of heads, they touch gloves, sign of respect between the two.
Blue corner still got a puncher's chance.
Baliev is no joke, and I've seen him all week, and he was in the gym working out and making sure his, he wanted to make sure his conditioning. I didn't see him hit any weights whatsoever. Probably saw him 3 or 4 times, Floyd, and he was always on the treadmill running and trying to get up his cardiovascular endurance. We're into the 7th round here in Dubai. Well, now we're seeing a little bit of a jab by Baliev out of the blue corner. So London was your last stop, Floyd. You're here in Dubai. Have you thought about any idea where the next exhibition might take place for you? You're going to go to Singapore? You're going to go to Australia?
Well, we have a few different places.
Okay.
We have South Korea.
All right. Love South Korea, by the way.
Germany. Australia.
All right.
America. There's one more place that I'm missing. I don't know.
Do you miss fighting in the United States, Floyd? I mean, this is the world tour.
We have one in the United States. It's not really a tour. I call it the heist tour. I made that up.
Okay, I love that.
And even like, my last exhibition in London. Well, my exhibitions is a little bit different from when I was fighting. When I don't have to train as hard, so it's different.
But I mean, like I said, you still come out and you're in the locker room. I mean, that's something that is second nature to you. Getting ready to go and making that ring walk. I mean, how do the juices feel when you're making the ring walk for these exhibitions compared to that in your prize fighting days?
Well, even when I was fighting, it was just like a normal day. Just walk to the ring. I don't ever worry because my mentality always has been, what's going to happen is going to happen. There's nothing we can do.
Well, the one thing when it comes to your career and in various fights is that you were able to adapt, and that is something in prize fighting that you have to be able to do inside that ring.
Absolutely.
And right now, we're seeing that Baliev out of the blue corner is using his jab more. And I don't know if he heard you, Floyd, but he is using his jab a little bit more because the first few rounds he was just throwing power punches.
But when I'm talking about the jab, I'm talking about both fighters.
And it's interesting because Sagov now has gone to trying to find that big power shot instead of using his jab, which is what frustrated Baliev in the first place. As the round comes to a close.
One more round to go.
Well, there's some tense moments here in Dubai between these two. 8th and final round coming up. How's the Mayweather Boxing Club doing in Las Vegas? I mean, do you still pop in there every once in a while? What did you guys call it? The doghouse? I mean, are guys still in the doghouse?
Yes.
Going at it and battling and trying to prove their worth?
Some of the best fighters in the world has came to the Mayweather Boxing Club and boxed. I know you guys can look on the internet and see so many fighters box each other and compete against each other and push each other. That's what it's all about.
To come into your world because fans are so enamored with how a fighter prepares. I felt like you were, before social media really got big.
Let's say I built a fan base before social media, and I built a fan base before social media, and I was already big before social media. So when social media did arrive, I took it to that next level. So, I'm the one that created 24/7. I'm the one that took All Access to the next level, meaning because All Access was created from 24/7, which I started.
Absolutely, and it is, fans just love. I mean, I enjoy seeing what you guys have to go through.
Even like with the exhibitions, Floyd Mayweather started that. Mixing guys from other combat sports into boxing.
Was your first one when you had to go to Tokyo, if I'm correct? Was that your first one, or was that the second one when you fought Tenshin?
Well, we did. That was the first exhibition. But remember, the first mix was me and Conor McGregor.
Yeah, so I remember that being on that world tour. Oh my goodness. Boy, oh boy.
Unbelievable build-up.
Those press conferences, I mean, were something that, I mean, I don't think we will ever see anything to that degree. But right now, we have a battle at our hands inside the ring with Baliev and Sagov as they continue to match up in this 8th and final round. So when you get to that final round, Floyd, is it like, all right, I need to come out and really sort of leave my exclamation mark on the fight?
Well, not me, because most of the time when I get to the club, I know I got the fight won. So I'm just boxing smart and being smart. Now, I'm pretty sure that the guy that's across the ring from me, he's going all out. He's looking for the knockout.
Going with a reckless abandon. At this point, you would think that Ali Baliev out of the blue corner is the one that is trying to take off and knock down Sagov, because I think Sagov, and I'm not a judge by any means, I think he built enough of a lead up in the early part of the fight where Baliev had to come from behind, and I still think he's behind by a round or two.
But you really don't know in the sport of boxing, because the judges work a little bit different, you know. What we see, the judges may not see.
That's very true.
So anything can happen in the sport of boxing.
And also, like, I like to watch a fight both in the monitor and in the ring, whereas judges do not have that ability to see every single punch. Depending on where they are in the ring or on the ring, they might miss a couple things.
Well,
who knows?
I feel that we need a lot more younger judges, because a lot of older judges is not seeing what we're seeing.
Very true. Would you like to see more fighters become judges, Floyd, because they've been in the ring against and have taken punches? Or does it not matter to you?
I just want to see more judges be fair.
Okay.
Not be biased. I want to see more fighters be treated fair. Whereas, even like when I was fighting,
И перед тем, как объявить судейское решение, эксперт по трилогиям Антонио Тарвер сказал, что вам в вашем поединке в любом случае нужна трилогия. И чемпионский пояс на одного из вас оденет один из величайших боксеров всех времен, Антонио Тарвер. So, let's listen to the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the judges' scorecards, how about a huge round of applause for both of these warriors here in the ring. Judges David Irving has this contest 78-75. And judges Gary Kironowski has the bout. And Mike Hill has the bout. 76-76, this has been declared a split decision draw. And who retains the belt tonight? Antonio Tarver will place the belt for our current champion, the HBA Cruiserweight Champion of the World, Kuders Sako!
Курейш, congratulations. Поздравляю тебя. Курейш, скажу от себя, надеюсь, Али не обидится. Лично мое мнение, вот как зрителя вживую, показалось, что ты бой выиграл. Это мне так показалось. Али, без обид. Я смотрел с одного ракурса, может, я не прав. Но судьи вынесли свой вердикт. Ты в любом случае остался с поясом. И Как сказал Антонио, да, тут, наверное, нужна трилогия после такого поединка.
Независимо от результата, я с Али подерюсь хоть 300 раз, если мне скажете, потому что я только набираю от него опыта. Это сильнейший боксер, когда мне приходилось с кем-либо боксировать. Действительно, он сильный, я набираю только опыта, независимо от результата. И сейчас, и в прошлом бою, независимо от результата, никто своей чести и достоинства не потерял. Мы стали только сильнее. Али, спасибо тебе за бой. Если ты хочешь, я дам тебе еще бой. Договоримся с организацией, время, дата. Сейчас только Рамадан месяц закончится. Тебе нужен этот бой? Тебе нужен.
You won this fight. You won the trilogy. You won this fight. You won this trilogy. We're not discussing now about the decision. We're just discussing about possibility to make the third fight. If you're ready for it, just say yes. If you have to think, just take your time, okay? So guys, thank you for this outstanding battle. It was really crazy. It was fight which will combine our golden collection, honestly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hardcore Boxing in Dubai is brought to you by our title sponsor, Mira, the #1 Dubai real estate agency. Mira means quality and service. So anyone who is interested in buying real estate can get an individual consultation today, right here at Agenda Arena. And also, a reminder, the battle between Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones Jr. to be expected. The winner will have a beautiful new apartment in Dubai, courtesy of Mira. At the developer, Damak Building, Canal Heights 2. And now, fight fans, here we go for our next contest of the evening. We are set for super lightweight attraction here tonight. We introduce to you first, as we are live on ESPN, Knockout, and VK Video. Let's bring to the ring at this time, Jason Gonzalez! And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, we now introduce Emil Gladiator Novruzov.
Мой отец содействовал тому, чтобы я занимался спортом. И мне очень интересно было смотреть боевики, Брюс Ли. Хотел кунг-фу начать заниматься. Отец мне сказал, такого не будет. Выбираешь вольная борьба, классический бокс. Мне пришлось выбрать бокс. А только через несколько месяцев, когда я увидел Тайсона, начал нравиться мне бокс. Я влюбился в бокс. Мне, наверное, было лет 14-15, когда я говорил то, что в больших аренах стану чемпионом мира и достигну большие успехи. Ребята, я помню, надо мной смеялись. Вот и сегодня я выступлю. Фактически весь мир видит меня. Приветствую всех на всех языках мира. Я буду показывать красивое шоу. Я горжусь, что я буду представлять Россию и Азербайджан. На мне большая ответственность. Я постараюсь оправдать себя. Соперник опытный, хороший нокаутер, но я тоже парень из библиотеки. Я не люблю много говорить, люблю много делать. Все покажу в бою. Своему сопернику желаю хорошо отбоксировать, остаться в живых, не упасть.
And now, ready to make his way into the arena, please welcome Emil Gladiator Novrouzov! And now, fight fans, here from Agenda Arena in Dubai, we are set for action live on ESPN Knockout and VK Video. This contest set for 6 rounds for the HBA Super Welterweight Championship of the World. And it's all presented to you by Mr. Anatoly Solinov's Hardcore Boxing. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, he stands at 172 centimeters and weighed in at 69.8 kilos. His professional record, 17 victories with 10 defeats and 12 wins coming to by way of knockout. Here's the former WBA Fedebol Super Welterweight Champion, ladies and gentlemen, desde Los Teques, Venezuela, the challenger, Yeson Gonzalez. And across the ring tonight, fighting out of the red corner, he stands at 177 centimeters and weighed in at 69.75 kilos. Here's one of the most talented bare-knuckle fighters of Hardcore Fighting Championship and the HBA Super Welterweight Champion of the World, fighting out of Moscow, Russia, by way of Azerbaijan, the champion, Emil Gladiator Novrouzov!
Okay, guys, I expect from you a clean fight. Obey my commands at all time and protect yourself at all time. I don't want to see rabbit punches, no kidney punches, and no low blows. Touch gloves. Touch gloves.
Talk about intensity from Novrouzov.
Uh-oh. This 4 rounds?
Yes, it is. As we look at our tail of tape, Gonzalez, 3 years younger than that of Novrouzov. We are underway. As you see right away, Gonzalez charges to the center of the ring. So Novrouzov comes from the bare knuckle world. We'll see how that translates. He does have an amateur background. He was 18-3 as an amateur that I see on BoxRec.
I'm so happy that the Mayweather-Conor McGregor fight happened because that mixed up everything.
It changed the game.
Changed the game total. YouTubers, everybody.
I mean, I remember when...
Everybody's boxing now.
Literally, I mean...
Everybody's boxing.
Everyone wants to get inside the ring and test their skills. And you know when I knew it was going to become a reality is when they interviewed you. Steve Farhood, the legendary, the Hall of Famer Steve Farhood said, asked you and you said it. I go, wait a minute. What Floyd wants in this business... he'll probably get. And lo and behold, that was February. The fight happened in August of that year.
Well, they say speak stuff to an existence, and that's what I did. But
well, now stuff like this is happening where you have a guy and
everybody is fighting everybody.
And you know what? I think it provides entertainment. Big right hand there by Novrouzov, as Gonzalez got cracked with the right hand. Gonzalez from Venezuela, he's been knocked out several times. Now he ties up. He is 24 years of age, is Gonzalez. Talk about starting strong, though, for Novrouzov. Big right hand by Novrouzov again. You could tell that Novrouzov's got power in that right. Gonzalez going back to his jab. Gonzalez only with a 42% knockout percentage. Referee will separate them. I don't think we're going to get the technical superiority that we saw in the last fight with John O'Carroll demonstrating that against Mariaga. I think we're going to get guys that want to come and slug, to be quite frank with you.
Well, he comes from the bare knuckle fighting, so he's ready to get it in.
Oh, absolutely.
Close range.
There's a left hook. The referee's saying, hey, you're holding behind that. I mean, that kind of goes back to that bare knuckle world, so to speak. I mean, they allow that in that particular sport.
I didn't know it.
Yeah, they they allow you to clinch, and then you're able to punch. You know, it has to be something they allow you to do it over a period of time.
Both fighters are hitting on the break and after the bell.
Literally.
Which is not good. So the officiating has to be better.
Хорошо. Просто подошел, уже ничего не делал. Пробей, смотри. Левый, правый в грудь. Понятно. Раз, два. Очень хорошо идет.
No te quedes con la mano baja, siempre la mano arriba, bien tapadito. Mover la izquierda, tener la iniciativa. Tenés que tener apertura, ¿viste? Como para ver que...
I mean, otherwise, you kind of lose that. There's a nice right hand that we saw by Novruzov.
Very good right hand.
But yeah, I think it's important to, you know, having an assignment once a month, in my estimation, isn't good enough. No matter what it is you're doing in life. When you do something once a month, it's 12 times a year. That's not enough. But back to action we go in the second.
Any ref can come to the Mayweather Boxing Club and get practice. There's good fights in the gym every day.
Hey. In the doghouse, hey, make sure, if you're a referee, you heard that from Floyd Money Mayweather, TBE. The invite's there if you're a licensed referee in Nevada. Get some practice and get some reps in. Overhand right by Gonzalez. Gonzalez is a boxer. Big right hand, that wobbled Gonzalez. Oh my goodness, down he goes, face first, but that was a push, so says a referee in charge.
He's about to finish the job.
Novruzov looking for the finish. Big right hand there. He is throwing big power shots. Look at this. Down he goes.
6, 7, 8. You come?
It's over. It's over.
This, yep. I mean, you are Floyd Stradamus, Mayweather Stradamus. You said, he goes, it's over. 2 seconds later, guess what? Match, set, point. Emil Gladiator Novruzov, victorious here tonight in Dubai, handing Yeson Gonzalez a stoppage loss. Boy, I tell you what, Emil Novruzov, he can crack.
The bare knuckle champion, right?
Yeah, he's the bare knuckle champion. He's the HBA super welterweight champion of the world, fighting out of Moscow by way of Azerbaijan. And here is how he finished it off, Floyd.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Agenda Arena, the end comes to you. 1 minute, 10 seconds in round number 2 to the winner by TKO, and still the HBA Super Welterweight Champion of the world, the fighting pride of Moscow, Russia, by way of Baku, Azerbaijan, Emil Gladiator Novruzov.
Emil, it was a long way from the bare knuckle to the professional boxing. First of all, from the boxing to the bare knuckle, and now from bare knuckle to pro boxing. You are our champion. Tell us about your emotions.
Ну да, 3 года назад, когда начал на голых кулаках выступать, я никогда не думал, что дойду до такого уровня. Спасибо вам, спасибо Hardcore Анатолий Юрьевич. Hardcore number one! Спасибо тем, кто меня поддерживает. Приветствую всех на всех языках мира. И огромный салам, Данияр, братан. Спасибо моему тренеру Ринату Хурматовичу. Спасибо огромное, если бы не вы, не получилась бы такая победа. И спасибо, Анар, ты тоже, брат.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for your support on this long way. Thank you, Emil Новрузов. You're our champ, and it's a long way, but it's amazing way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Я бы отдельно хотел поблагодарить лучшего застройщика во всем Middle East. Это Мира Эстейт. Друзья, спасибо вам огромное, что поддержали наш ивент, что поверили в нас. Вы действительно делаете огромное дело. Вы вместе с нами развиваете спорт. И поверьте, это бесценно. Мира Эстейт, Hardcore всегда с вами.
And all fight fans here from Agenda Arena, we continue the action. We are live around the world, streaming on ESPN Knockout, VK Video, and Pro Box TV. This next contest set for 4 rounds of the middleweight division. We introduce to you first, and welcome to the ring, presentando Nicolas David Verón. And his opponent tonight, ready to make his entrance into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Kazakhstan, here is Samat Kyrgyz Abdirahmanov.
Всех приветствую, я Абдирахманов Самат. Мне предстоит бой в Дубае против аргентинца. В Дубай мы едем с настроем выиграть, а не кайфовать туда. Главным толчком профессионального бокса стало то, что у меня дедушка занимался боксом, и как бы я тоже хотел связать себя профессиональным боксом, и это моя мечта. 3 недели всего прошло с последнего моего боя на голых кулаках, и я голоден всегда, и этот бой никак не останавливает меня, я хочу победить, и все. Кулаки и бокс – это 2 разные дисциплины, и, конечно, я же всю жизнь занимался боксом, и это для меня поможет победить, как бы у меня опыта хватает. Конечно, смотрел бои своего оппонента, оппонент хороший, рубится, но самое главное, мне нужно его на дистанции перестрелять и перебоксировать, просто сделать свою задачу, какую должен делать. Это наша национальная игра кокбору. Со времен веков наши предки играли. Там очень много адреналина. Чтобы в эту игру играть, то вообще не должен иметь страха. Поэтому и перед боями мы тоже как бы играем. Мы гостеприимный народ. И после боя, конечно, я приглашу его в Кыргызстан, покажу ему национальную игру, покатается на лошадях. Это для меня большая честь представлять на международной арене 2 страны. Это свой родной Кыргызстан и Россию, в которой я живу уже более 20 лет. Поэтому я сделаю все, чтобы победить и защищу пояс. Своему оппоненту хочу пожелать, чтобы он подошел без травм. И ты даже не представляешь, на что ты согласился. Я покажу тебе кыргызский дух и русскую силу.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here from Agenda Arena in the City of Gold, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Tonight, Mr. Anatoly Sulinov's Hardcore Boxing brings you our next contest of the evening. 4 rounds in the middleweight division, and it's live on ESPN Knockout, Pro Box TV, and VK Video. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, he stands at 173 centimeters. He weighed in at 72.25 kilos. Here's the former contender for South American Super Welterweight Championships, and the man who came to Dubai for only one reason, for championship glory. Please welcome el argentino orgullo de Buenos Aires, the challenger, Nicolás David Verón. And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner. He stands at 188 centimeters and weighed in at 72.4 kilos. He is one of the best bare knuckle fighters in the world and the HBA middleweight champion of the world. Please welcome from Bishkek, Kazakhstan, the champion, Samad Grigis Abdirrahmanov.
Okay, gentlemen, we have been over the rules in the dressing room. I don't want to see any rabbit punches. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, good luck. Back to your corners.
I love the face-off there. Verón was sort of looking up at Abdirrahmanov. You heard the fans making noise. This one's going to be a fun one. I don't know how long it lasts, Floyd. But we'll see. Boy, it is rumbling here. The fans from Kyrgyzstan making noise for their man Samad Abdirrahmanov against the Argentinian Nicolás Verón, who incidentally happens to be promoted by Marcos Maidana.
Well, we'll see if he's here to fight or he's here for the payday.
Well, yeah, very much so. Look at the size difference height-wise. My goodness, he looks like he could play in college basketball. I know we're in the midst of March Madness right now. Big right hand already connecting.
They said there's a lot of upsets in the March Madness so far.
Yeah, Purdue went down to number 16 seed, only the second time that happened. It's a big right hand that landed by Abdirrahmanov. He is a bare knuckle, one of the best bare knuckle fighters in the world, the HBA middleweight champion of the world. He's 1-0, coming off of a win over Elvin Brito back on Christmas night, is Abdirrahmanov. Anytime Abdirrahmanov makes any move, Floyd, the fans just erupt.
Well, the fans can't fight for you. You know, I've dealt with this before throughout my career, and a lot of times it persuades the judges.
Did you enjoy that when you, took the crowd out of fights? Or did it not really matter to you because you were getting business done?
Oh, it didn't really matter. I knew that came with the territory. That's a part of boxing. Everybody's not going to love you. Everybody's not going to like you, but you have to go out there, stay focused, and do your job. Whereas right here, the fans are screaming. There's really no shots really landing from either side.
You've been so generous to give me an ice water, but I felt like in your career you had ice water in your veins when you fought. And look at this, Verón said, come on, come forward, you want to fight? But you know what, for Abdirrahmanov, he's using his jab. You would think a bare knuckle fighter is going to come and start throwing just big power shots as we saw in our last fight, but Abdirrahmanov is using things off his jab. He's showing some basic fundamentals boxing-wise. Now he goes to southpaw.
This is a little different. This is not bare knuckle.
There's a right hand by Verón that lands for the Argentinian. He goes to the body. Does the 28-year-old from Argentina. A couple right hands, though, by Abdirrahmanov. There's a 5-year age difference. Abdirrahmanov is 23 years of age. 28 is Nicolás Verón. He's 10-9-1. Of his 10 wins, 3 by knockout.
They kind of do things different. So a lot of times, when
when I'm commentating, they say, well, Mayweather don't have the stats right. Well, they're not putting the stats right, so I apologize.
I mean, look, we are making do with what we got, and off we go. But I tell you what, that first round was entertaining.
Yes, it was entertaining because of the fans. We finally getting the fans to stand up and cheer, whereas in America, the fans are a little bit different from the fans overseas. The fans in America are a little bit amped up, a little bit wilder, whereas over here they're more calm. And if it's a fighter that they're here to support, then they will stand up and cheer. So that's the difference.
Did it, when you went ahead and fought, and when you think about that, it comes to mind Japan. Was it different fighting in Japan for you? Because that's what really stands out to me. And when you come overseas, when the fans are kind of quiet, and then something happens, and then they erupt right away.
Oh, in Japan, 60,000.
Unbelievable.
60. I think it was 60. One time I think it was 80. One time it was 60. I don't really know the number. I know it's somewhere upwards of 60 to 80,000. But that's a part of the sport that comes with the territory. You live, you learn, you fight.
Bottom line, you're getting work done in the ring.
Absolutely. That's what we do.
All right, now Abdi Rakhmonov looking to get things done to please his fans here from Kyrgyzstan.
Second round, I like that he's using his range. So he's trying to use his boxing skills to let everybody know.
He just got clipped by Verón, but he answered right back.
As we can see, Chino Madonna, his fighter.
It looked like a little bit of a forearm there with the left hook from Verón, but Verón trying to cut off the ring. He's got a lot of distance to make up, does Verón from Argentina. Verón wearing the white trunks, wearing the black, Abdi Rakhmonov. Very interesting fight here between the 1-0 bare knuckler champion in Abdi Rakhmonov and the boxer from Argentina, Verón.
The referee is in the way too much. You need to let him fight.
I always like referees where you didn't even notice that they were there. I mean, they were there, but not really. Now they tie up. See if the referee will let them fight out of the break. He does. Right hand by Abdi Rakhmonov. It's fair to say things are getting chippy in there, Floyd.
Yes. Look like WWE.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is not MMA or professional wrestling. Although you did that as well.
This round is a little bit different from the first round.
I think it's getting a little bit more physical in there between these two. It's a right hand by Abdi Rakhmonov, looking to answer back as Verón. The jab followed by a right hand. Abdi Rakhmonov has almost abandoned the jab here in the second round, Floyd.
Well, he don't really care about that. He coming in for the knockout.
There's a left hook by Abdi Rakhmonov, chopping right hand by Verón. They're hitting on the break, continuing to wail away. I hate to date myself, but this is like an old Western movie. It's a gunfight at the old K Corral from what we seem like. Both guys are just looking to throw heavy leather and seeing what lands.
Well, as you can see, in the corner, he has to get a knock on. They're not going to give it to him. You can just tell
that. Verón certainly is in enemy territory. Absolutely. I think it's fair to say. The fans from Kyrgyzstan making a lot of noise as we enter into the third round. This one is scheduled for 4. for the audience that's watching around the world.
For the audience that's watching, talk to me.
You know, we got one more fight before our main event. So we're inching closer to our main event. Jarrell Miller, Lucas Browne. Miller ranked number 11, Browne ranked number 10 in the world in the WBA. So we got one more fight in the cruiserweight division, and then we will get into our main event. But now we're into the third round with Samad Abdirahmanov of Kyrgyzstan and Nicolas Verón of Argentina. Now we're seeing Abdirahmanov use his jab a little bit more, as he did in the first round.
He's using his range, but he's closing the gap. He's seeing that boxing and bare knuckle is totally different.
Absolutely. Big right hand there by Abdirahmanov. And what people don't realize is that they draw massive crowds in Russia, like 20, 30,000, to watch bare knuckle, and time being called by a referee in charge.
As you can see, it has to be huge bare knuckle. He has the biggest fan base in here.
Yes, exactly. They are certainly very much in favor of the middleweight champion. And, they both hit on the break. Point deduction coming up.
No, that's not fair.
Verón gets deducted a point.
That's favoritism.
If you were going to deduct a point, I think you should deduct it from both guys, or just let it go.
I totally disagree. He's already in a disadvantage.
There's a right hand by Abdirahmanov. So Nicolas Verón deducted a point here in the third round. And Verón was almost complaining to the ref as to be like, hey, are you going to let me fight or what? The 23-year-old Abdirahmanov towering over now. He's got him like in a headlock, a guillotine choke. And now a point deducted from Abdirahmanov.
That's fair.
So now it's a wash. It's a 9-9 round.
Yes. It's all about being fair.
There's a right hand by Abdirahmanov. Two right hands on the temple of Verón. Another right hand by Abdirahmanov, but back comes Verón. Is it the most aesthetically pleasing fight? No, but is it entertaining? From my standpoint, I would say yes.
Hardcore Boxing League, they said you're going to bring nothing but exciting fights, and it's exciting.
And you gotta, Floyd, I'm mesmerized by the production here. I mean, it's unbelievable here in Dubai.
Yes, I love it. The place that's set up more for the VIPs.
Certainly a very enthusiastic crowd, especially with Abdirahmanov. Now Abdirahmanov, he goes to southpaw, loading, couple left hooks, and he goes back to conventional. But there's nothing conventional about Abdirahmanov. Aside from his stance when he decides to fight conventional.
Well, if he plans on fighting a little bit longer, we're not talking about bare knuckle, we're talking about regular boxing.
Yes.
We have to get his conditioning better. His conditioning has to become much better. After 3 rounds.
He's fighting in spurts, as you...
We're talking about earlier.
Exactly.
Fighters fighting in spurts.
Especially being 23 years of age. I mean, that's... You want to be able to have condition to be able to last at least 4. A little bit of swelling above the right eye of Verón. As this crowd, still very much enthusiastic, trying to cheer on their man. They are chanting Samad, Samad Abdirahmanov, 1-0 as a pro boxer, taking on the 10-9, Nicolas Verón, big right hand by Abdirahmanov to begin the fourth. This is not easy for Verón to fight a guy that is as unorthodox and with a unique style like Abdurakhmanov.
Good movement, good legs, good movement.
He just popped Verón with the left, and then he clipped him with the right hook as Verón came forward.
Well, what I talked about earlier, tying the guy up is a part of boxing. That's what he's doing.
Very smart and astute on his part. He pops Verón with the jab. Right to the body by Verón. Mentioned about fighting in spurts. Abdurakhmanov is the one initiating the clinches. Verón looking to close the distance, but Abdurakhmanov ties him up, and they'll have to reset. Mouthpiece is out. Time being called. And as he gets his mouthpiece on, he's got his hand on the top rope, and he's gasping for air. I believe there's a cut above the right eye of Abdurakhmanov from our standpoint. There's a little bit of a cut above the right eye of Samad Abdurakhmanov. Curious to see if that was from a butt or from a punch. Also, for the audience, we do not have the clock in front of us, so at this point, I would assume we're headed towards the final end.
Yes, we're under a minute.
You have to be.
I think the last 30 seconds now.
It's great to be sitting here next to you for a variety of reasons, but also because you have that internal clock. You see some blood above the right eye of Abdurakhmanov. Final 10 seconds of what has been an entertaining matchup between Samad Abdurakhmanov and the Argentinian. It was entertaining.
Very, very, very entertaining fight.
Indeed. And we will go to the scorecards. Abdurakhmanov, though, blood streaming outside of his right eye.
It could have been from a hit, but I truly believe it was from a left hook.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for both of these warriors here in the ring. And now we go to the judges' scorecards. All three judges have this contest identical 39-35 to the winner by unanimous decision. And still the HBA middleweight champion of the world, the pride of Kazakhstan, Samad Abdurakhmanov.
So guys, still undefeated. The Floyd from Kyrgyzstan, Samad Abdurakhmanov. Samad, how are you? Tell us about your emotions. You are the still champion of hardcore boxing.
Всех приветствую. Всем ассаламу алейкум. Дубай. Хочу сказать спасибо всем, кто за меня болеет, кто пришел поддержать меня, моим тренерам. Спасибо вам, пацаны. Мало, братан, лет, братан. Спасибо совсем недавно я дрался по кулакам, 3 недели назад, и тут у меня бой. Я, конечно, не смог отказать здесь. Возможно, не в самом лучшей своей форме вышел, но в следующий раз выйдем намного лучше. Вам спасибо отдельное большое, Толя. И всему хардкору. То, что вы делаете, это колоссально. Это просто нереально. И что могу сказать? В СНГ меня называют кыргызский Флойд. Но я с самого начала говорил, что я не хочу быть Флойдом. Пускай в скором времени лучше Флойдом будет называть американский Самат, что ли. Всем спасибо.
Just 3 weeks before, Samat had his champion fight on bare knuckle. And now he is the champion again. Samat, our congratulations. And one more remark for his American fans. He don't want to be anymore Floyd from Kyrgyzstan. He want to be Samat from
America.
Samat from United States, our champion, Samat Kyrgyz Abdurrahmanov.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our co-feature attraction of the evening. And it's scheduled for 10 rounds for the Hardcore Boxing Heavyweight Championship of the World. And it's live on ESPN Knockout, Pro Box TV, and VK Video. And now, we bring to the ring first. Here is Brandon Bulletproof Glanton!
My name is Brandon Glanton. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm getting ready to fight Souslan Asbarov. Souslan Asbarov is definitely a serious opponent. I know that he was apparently, when he was younger, he was on the Olympic team, the Russian Olympic team. I know he's taken part in some bare knuckle and some boxing fights. So I definitely believe I have my hands full. He's definitely a good competitor, and I'm looking forward to getting in the ring with him. For this fight, we trained about 10 weeks. We started training before the fight. Obviously, before we knew we were fighting him. 10 weeks, about maybe 12 times per week, twice a day, Monday through Saturday. So we've definitely taken Souslan seriously. I have 18 pro fights. Obviously, I know Souslan has only 3 or 4 fights. I believe one of his fights is not listed on BoxRec, but yeah, he's definitely had some bare knuckle fights. Obviously, this fight is a professional fight. Souslan had more amateur fights than I had, but things are different in the pro ranks. I've been 10 rounds a few times. I definitely think he brings a lot to the table. I don't know if his knowledge about the game will be as concrete as mine, but then again, you know, he's in this fight for a reason. So when I saw that he was only 3-0 taking this fight, I definitely knew he was a serious competitor. Hey, Souslan. Looking forward to getting in the ring with you. Definitely take you serious as a competitor. I'm here to show you that this is professional boxing. I may not have 227 amateur fights, but I'm a veteran in this game. So I'll see you on March 18th.
And now, we welcome his opponent to the arena. Inside the ring here tonight, representing Russia, please welcome Souslan Cobra Asbarov!
О его имени скоро узнает весь мир!
На данный момент я готовлюсь к своему следующему противостоянию. Это 4-й мой бой в профессиональном ринге.
Souslan Asbarov! Asbarov.
Есть цели выйти на мировой уровень вместе с хардкором, защищать пояс хардкора и стать абсолютным чемпионом мира. Соперник сейчас намного сложнее и опытнее, поэтому приходится выкладываться больше, трудиться больше. Так как каждый бой для меня это все сложнее и сложнее. Есть цели, есть куда расти. Я думаю, что я превосхожу скоростью, чувство дистанции своей техникой. Я знаю своего оппонента, смотрел его бои, достаточно бьющий, любит прессинговать. Обычно в последних раундах он любит еще больше отдавать темпа, поэтому будем готовы. На этот бой я выхожу с полной уверенностью, так как знаю, что за меня болеет вся моя страна, Россия, моя республика Дагестан и город Москва. И в этом бою я покажу, что наш российский бокс лучший в мире. Ни одна школа не сравнится с нашей. Будем навязывать свою тактику, свой бой, есть определенный план на бой. Мы будем готовы к этому противостоянию и уверен, что я одержу победу в этом бою. Других вариантов даже нет.
Синх Асбаров.
Брендон, я покажу, что такое настоящий российский бокс. Жди.
And now, please welcome Asbarov Asbarov! And all fight fans coming to you live around the world on ESPN Knockout, VK Video, and ProBox TV. This is our co-feature attraction of the evening, scheduled for 10 rounds of the Cruiserweight division. This contest is presented by Mr. Anatoly Solinov's Hardcore Boxing in association with ProBox Promotions. Sponsored by Mira, the #1 real estate agency in Dubai. The 3 judges scoring this contest at ringside are Gary Kironowski, Daniel Vendawelle, and Andrei Shevalov, and our referee in charge of the action at the sound of the bell, David Irving. Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner, he stands at 180 centimeters, weighing in at 90.7 kilos. His professional record, 18 victories with only 1 defeat, 14 wins coming to you by way of knockout. He is the #1 ranked fighter in the USA Cruiserweight division, #6 in the WBO, and ranked #19 in the Cruiserweights. Please welcome, from the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia, USA, Brandon Bulletproof Glanton! And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner, he stands at 187 centimeters, weighing in at 90.5 kilos. His professional record stands at 3 victories, no defeats. He is the hardcore fighting bare knuckle light heavyweight champion and hardcore boxing heavyweight champion of the world. Introducing to you the pride of Dagestan, Russia. Please welcome Soslan Cobra Asbarov!
Okay, gentlemen, keep this fight clean at all times, protect yourselves at all times, and what I say you must obey. Okay, tough gloves.
Co-main event between Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. Brandon Glanton, 18-1, 14 wins by knockout, ranked number 6 by the WBO in the cruiserweight division.
But what we need tonight is to be fair. They've been very, very biased tonight. You know, I'm here to watch boxing, to help out. Love Hardcore Boxing League, but great night of boxing. But they have to be fair when it's all said and done.
We are here to be unbiased and call it as we see it. And no one better to be able to let the world know how to do that than you. With your accomplishments, the Hall of Famer, Ray Flores, Floyd, Money Mayweather, TBE, as we have Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. Asbarov undefeated 3-0, a bare knuckles champion in the light heavyweight division, hardcore boxing heavyweight champion, 3-0 as a professional boxer, a knockout percentage of 33% does Asbarov. For Brandon Glanton, he told me earlier, he goes, look, I don't care that this guy has bare knuckle accolades and that, you know, people have such high expectations of him over in this part of the world. He goes, he's not on my level. He's never fought anybody of my caliber. Brandon Glanton coming off a loss at the hands of David Light by split decision back in December. Also has spent some time training under the guidance of Robert Garcia. Garcia not his trainer, but did spend time working with Robert Garcia and Mikey Garcia when Mikey was fighting back a couple years ago. Things got a little bit testy during the weigh-in yesterday between these two. Double jab, they both land heavy shots in the early going. Speaking of cruiserweights, a man who you know quite well just became the oldest cruiserweight champion in history in Badu Jack the Ripper.
Yes, very proud of Badu. Glad that I was able to take a fighter, a young fighter that's very appreciative. You know, a lot of fighters that you help is not appreciative. Badu is very, very appreciative. I'm happy for him. I love him. I'm glad that he's champion again. I'm happy that I was able to put him in a position just to become champion for the first time. And he's champion again, what, this is probably the third time?
Yeah, 3 division world champion.
Yes, and I'm very, very proud of Badu. And if you listen to Badu, keep up the great work. I know you live out here, actually, in Dubai.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see that. And now we'll see if one of these guys, Brandon Glanton, wants to move up the ranks, and he's ranked number 6 in the world by the WBO. A win here, who knows if, you know, how much that'll elevate him, but he's got to stay winning. He's coming off of a loss, a split decision. He felt that he was robbed in many aspects. But again, you know, when you leave it very much in doubt, that could happen. He was snake bitten, so to speak. We head towards the end of the first round. Coming up, Floyd, next. Our main event is next.
Yes,
so
what we've been talking about all night.
Jarrell Miller, Lucas Browne, the heavyweights going at it. Miller ranked number 11 in the world by the WBA. Browne ranked number 10 in the world.
You know, I really feel bad for Big Baby Miller. I mean, so many fighters, you know, over the years that's been busted for so many enhancement drugs. Of course, things happen. I'm not saying he's right, and things happen, but he should be able to fight again in the U.S.
From what talking with Jarrell Miller this week, you know, he was away from the ring for 43 months. So a punishment was handed down. He served his time.
That's too harsh.
And he
4 years?
He was nearly 4 years. So
I mean, 43 months, still close to 4 years. So 4 years, that's not cool at all.
And also, what his promoter, or one of his promoters, Greg Cohen, told me that he has been tested more than any other athlete that he knows of by VADA on a weekly basis, sometimes multiple times a week since he got reinstated and handed his license back from the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
But remember, Floyd Mayweather got a lot of slack when I first talked about random blood in your intestine. Now everybody want to do it.
I think especially in combat sports, that should be something across the board.
Whenever you compete, if you compete at the highest level, it should be random blood in your intestine.
I completely agree with you. I mean, you have to be able to get in the pool, as they say, use whatever body it is. I mean, I'm not going to get into that conversation, but you should be tested randomly. Here we are in the second round, Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. So far, it has been a methodical fight in the early going.
Chess match a little bit.
It's the feeling out process. We were used to the past couple fights, Floyd, seeing guys just come out and throw caution to the wind. These guys are actually taking their time to set things up. Looking unloaded as Asbarov. He comes over with an overhand right on the left ear of Brandon Glanton. I got to tell you, Floyd, the fight that I saw that I mentioned about when Brandon Glanton handed Efe Apochi the first defeat of his career back in June of 2021. What a battle that was, a candidate for Fight of the Year. These two guys just absolutely went at it. So Glanton does have the ability to stand and trade with a power puncher if need be.
They still both are kind of filling each other out. Second round.
They're only separated by a year. Glanton is 31. Asbarov is 30. Glanton taking his time. He's trying to be more of putting Asbarov on his back foot. We'll see how Asbarov reacts to if he can adjust to being more of the counter puncher. Well, there's a left hook that connected for Asbarov. Final moments of the second round.
He's making a bunch of moves. Brandon's making a bunch of moves, but he's not really that active. He needs to be more active.
So not only just use movement, but you got to do something behind it. On our way to the third round.
Unnecessary movement, he's burning just unnecessary energy for no reason. That's how you end up getting fatigued.
One thing about you look at your career, you were economical. You didn't waste much motion. Everything had a purpose. And I hate to keep bringing back your career. You're sitting next to me, so we got to go ahead and talk about that.
Well, I'm not going to shoot a punch unless I feel our fighter is in my distance. If he's not in distance, I'm not shooting no punch. For what? I'm not going to make no unnecessary. Why would I move my head if nobody is shooting punches? So the guy's not even shooting punches, he's moving his head. You don't have to move your head until you shoot punches.
Coming from the Hall of Famer, Floyd Money Mayweather, a main event coming up next. Here's some of the action from the second round. We're on our way to the third.
And of course, as you guys can see, they've been biased all night for the Russian fighters. I'm not saying that these guys are not fighting hard or putting on a hell of a show, but Brandon gonna have to push harder because I'm pretty sure he was in the back watching on the screen that nobody is winning against these fighters.
So you have to leave, make no doubt. Now, Gladney's right glove was caught in the rope. The referee in charge, David Irving, missed it because he was out of position, and Asbarov was able to land a couple of shots. Granted, they weren't anything big, but, Glanton was in a precarious position there. There's a nice combination there by Glanton, but he didn't land flush. Neither man has really landed anything flush thus far.
Still the beginning.
Barely into the first third of the fight. You know, we've had a couple of, we've had some decisions over the last few fights, but make no mistake about it, in our main event, both Lucas Browne and Jarrell Miller have both said emphatically that judges will not be needed. Gotta love a good heavyweight tussle. And that's what we'll have in our main event. You know what I like, Floyd?
Well, if you're a bet man,
yes,
it's going to lean towards Big Baby Miller because of the experience.
Yeah, and Lucas Browne turned professional at age 30. Unbelievable. He's 43 now. Baby Miller, former kickboxer who turned professional and, he's been mired in controversy, but again, he paid his price and now he's back. This is his third fight back since that 43-month suspension that he had.
We might as well say 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years, exactly. There's a left hook that connects for Asbarov. There's a right hand over the top by Asbarov. I haven't even looked at it, but I'm curious to see in that main event what the over-under on the rounds are when it comes to that heavyweight matchup.
You can pull it up. You can pull up anything nowadays.
Yeah, I'll bring it up in between the break. I believe there's some blood from that or it's the mouthpiece of Brandon Glanton in his mouth. I'm going to be curious to see if that's blood or the mouthpiece, but I think there might be some blood on the mouth of Brandon Glanton. And look at Asbarov, he's going and talking.
I like to call it the Mayweather defense.
Yes, very much a variation.
Well, I can't call it the Philly shell because I learned that from my dads when I was a little kid. So respect to all the fighters from Philly, but let's call it the Mayweather defense.
You're hearing that from the Hall of Famer, Floyd Money Mayweather, as we end the third round. One that we really haven't seen any guy land anything clean just yet, but key phrase is just yet. Asbarov looks exhausted. So is Asbarov 30 years of age?
We have to make sure we put a very with that. Very exhausted.
Yeah, exactly. And look at Glanton, just like...
He was right. He got a busted lip.
He's got a busted lip, okay. I was like, I like to be sure on things. I thought, I'm like, oh, maybe it's the red mouthpiece, but he does have some busted lip. But also, you're seeing a little bit of laceration on the nose of one, Sozlan Asbarov. Also, Floyd, you know what? For those watching the United States on ProBox TV, I like afternoon boxing overseas. Don't you? I mean, I like being able, 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, main events at 4 or 5 o'clock.
I like to watch boxing, period.
That's right, exactly. But I'm saying you're going to get boxing all day, and this is a part of your entire day. Oh, big shot there.
A lot of excitement. You missed it.
I was so busy talking about how much I love boxing during the day, I absolutely missed what was going on in front of me.
It's okay.
Brandon Glanton looking to cut off the ring, attacks the body of Asbarov. Glanton was moving and he got decked with the right hand on the shoulder. Asbarov has started to adapt a little bit to the aggression of Glanton. Glanton seems to be a bit unsure of when to attack and when not to.
Brandon needs to come up with his own style. It seems like he's trying to fight like Mike Tyson, which is not working.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was like, maybe that's just a couple feints or two, but no, it seems like he's trying to employ that Mike Tyson bob and weave, but in order to do that, you got to throw. You can't just use the movement and then not be offensive.
And that's what we talked about a couple rounds ago. All he's doing is just moving his head, but he's not throwing no punches.
And in a situation, Floyd, as you illustrated about how the judges are favoring the Russian fighters to a degree, you can't. And he just got clipped with a left hook as he came forward. Did Glanton. Now let's see if Glanton can go to work. And Asbarov spins him around, goes to southpaw. Asbarov seems to be more the technician, whereas Glanton seems to be waiting for that one big home run shot. Swing and a miss by Glanton.
Опять передняя рука, смотри, заряжается. Не оттягивайся назад.
Now a jab for Brandon Glanton. You know, when guys are just sort of looking at each other, I like to just see jabs being thrown. Why not?
From the looks of it, Brandon is looking to just come. He came to Dubai to get a payday.
He needs to be able to pick, get more active.
You know, if they got to be commentating, I got to be honest.
As I mentioned, from you've been in there, done that.
Yes.
And that'll end the round. It has been largely uneventful, but you got to say that Asbarov has been the more active of the two.
He's boxing. He's doing the boxing.
It's interesting because if you're looking between rounds, Asbarov goes back to the corner. He's getting water poured down his trunks. He looks like he's, totally exhausted. Glanton is relaxed, and he's got a little bit of a mouse underneath that left eye. He is not breathing heavy, but then when the round begins, it flips.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Glanton, it's the fact that you're coming into essentially foreign soil. You're coming off of a split decision loss where the fight was sort of in the balance for you in your last outing in December to David Light. And now you're still leaving it in the balance. It's like, you would think, did he learn something in that loss? Because he was very frustrated from the defeat to David Light. We are on to our next round. Brandon Glanton now starting off more aggressive here.
Yes, he is.
Now let's see if he'll go to work. Now left hook to the body by Brandon Glanton. But he gets backed off by Asbarov.
Work there, short shot. Keep the right hand up.
Now Glanton looking to unload on Asbarov. Here's where he's got to go to work. There's a left hook by Glanton. He's muscling Asbarov, and Asbarov gets off the ropes, back into the center, but now Glanton chases him down.
He got to come up with his own style. That's not going to work.
He's trying to cut off the ring. He drives Asbarov to the ropes, and he has him there for a couple of moments, but he doesn't do anything substantial. So it's like you pretty much got there, but all for what? And down goes Glanton. Ruled a slip by David Irving, a referee in charge. I always wait because I've seen some egregious calls over the course of my time here ringside.
He's down for a round.
He's facing an uphill climb as Brandon Glanton, and he got tattooed by Asbarov. There's another right hand by Asbarov, who in theory is piling up the points. Another right hand by Asbarov.
I think they both landed good shots right there.
That exchange.
Good exchange, but all in all, Brandon is winning the 5th round. If he keeps up the pace, he won the 5th round, but he's down 4. So he's 4-1 after 5. It all depends on how this round goes.
The second half of the fight, it's clear that Glanton has to fight more with a sense of urgency. There's a right uppercut there by Asbarov. Our main event up next.
We talked about that. He fought good.
Oh, there's an uppercut by Asbarov.
He fought good for 2 minutes. Take this whole minute off. End up losing the round because of what the last thing that the judges saw.
It's one of those things. I mean, Sugar Ray Leonard told me that he was so adamant that he had it in his mind the last 30 seconds he let his hands fly because that's the last impression that the judges had. And I'm sure you did that throughout the course of your career as well. You probably felt the same thing.
Well, I want to beat you the whole 3 minutes if I can.
Yeah, very true. That's the end of the first half of the fight. We are now entering the second half.
Now you look at that round, that could have been a draw, or it could have been on this side, the red corner.
Ray Flores, Floyd Money Mayweather, TBE here in Dubai. Great hanging out with you, champ, as we are getting ready for our main event of the evening. Happy Saturday to all of you watching at home in the United States or wherever you are around the world. It's still Saturday around the world, except for what Australia might be on Sunday. Who knows? I'm losing track of time, my friend.
You never know.
But we're enjoying the weekend as we take a look at some of the action from the 5th. And, you know, Glanton's got to get a bit busier on Asbarov. Asbarov he's busy, but he's doing just enough.
Brandon can be a pretty good fighter, but he has to come up with his own style.
When it comes to Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov, I mentioned Asbarov did beat Dmitry Kudrashiev back in September of last year. Kudrashiev did challenge Yunel Dorticos for the Cruiserweight Champion of the World years ago. Now we are on to round number 6.
Brandon's just getting through the rounds.
He's got to pick up the energy.
He's throwing punches with no meaning. No power, no meaning.
There's a right hand that got through the guard. Now we'll see if he can go to work. He's unloading, and Asbarov pushes him off as to say, come on, keep coming. It's almost like playing possum as Asbarov. Asbarov physically, you would think that Glanton is going to try to impose his will, but Asbarov has been able to push him off with relatively no opposition. Or not much resistance is what I meant.
Brandon is fighting a lot better this round, but I don't want him to fight good just for 2 minutes. And then when he gets to the last minute, he get outboxed.
Chopping right hand.
Or he get outworked.
Asbarov landed a couple of chopping right hands. What would you like to see Glanton do, Floyd? Would you like to see him double up on the jab and set up the right hands and sort of abandon that peekaboo Mike Tyson style?
He has to find himself. After this fight, he has to find out. He has to have his own fighting style. Not just saying that he has to have Floyd Mayweather fighting style. And I'm not against Mike Tyson fighting style. But this is not going to work for him.
But having an identity as a fighter is what you mean? You know, like a style that best suits you?
Yes. I mean, but he's coming on strong in this round. So, second half of the fight could change totally.
Well, Glanton certainly knows that he is in quote-unquote foreign enemy territory. Asbarov looking to unload there, but Glanton uses his distance. One thing, too, I wonder, you know, because is the jet lag affecting Glanton? I mean, I'm sure when you go overseas, you fought overseas, you know, do you go a week before, 2 weeks before? Does that affect you at all, leg-wise or conditioning-wise?
I've never had private jet lag.
I like what you did there. I've never had private jet lag. Well, you know, must be nice to be TBE. The rest of us commoners have to fly in the airports.
Well, I'm not against flying in the airports.
Yes.
You know, when I first came to Dubai 20 years ago, I flew Emirates. You know,
Quality airline.
The Emirates, great airline.
Now you have what, TBE Airlines or Money Team Airlines? What's your airline called?
I got a couple planes.
Okay, you got a couple planes.
Yes.
Listen to that, America, ladies and gentlemen.
But you know, I do want to fly commercial. I don't mind flying commercial. I haven't flew commercial in a while, but I do want to fly commercial. I don't mind flying commercial.
If you were to fly commercial, you would need an offensive line to get you through the airport.
Yes.
I mean, how many guys you got with you today? Like 7 or 8? You're getting mobbed here?
Yes.
Can you imagine you going through an airport?
Yes. Last time I flew was like 15 years ago.
Unbelievable. Hey, you know what? You have earned every penny, my friend. Here we go with action.
Yes.
Brandon Glanton, they're trying to even come close to even a tenth of your paydays, but, Glanton's got to pick it up, Asbarov's doing enough.
Well, there's a little different. It's a little different now. Whereas, I had a different game plan. I was thinking outside the box.
Well, you certainly accomplished it, and obviously punched your ticket to the Hall of Fame, and
truly, truly blessed. And I want to thank everybody who voted for me to go into the Hall of Fame. I want to thank everybody for all the support. But it's about these young guys like Brandon, these bare knuckle fighters. I'm proud of these guys.
Right now, they are both going to battle with each other.
And we have to thank Hardcore Boxing League for just bringing us, because we support boxing all around the world.
It is great to see what Hardcore Boxing is doing from a production standpoint, and they're investing in the sport, and that is so important wherever it is around the world. Look, I want to see everyone succeed. Gladly, he was off balance a little bit. The crowd or the corner of Asbarov got excited there. But I want everyone to do well. It's better, I want to see every fighter and promoter do well so that we see the best fighting the best on a regular basis. Left hook. Glanton picking up. A left hook upstairs for Glanton. There's a left hook by Asbarov, chopping right hand.
That was more of a smack, but it landed.
Did make an impression, not on Glanton, but upon the judges, you would think. Well, there's a shot by Glanton, but Asbarov had his hands down, and Glanton took advantage of it.
You're supposed to let 2 shots go.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Protect yourself at all times. Exactly. There we go. Coming up on a minute to go in the 7th round between Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. Glanton's got to be thinking too, look, I'm ranked number 6 in the world in the WBO. When you're ranked top 10 in the world, even right outside the top 10, you could fight for a world title and be a voluntary defense. So this fight is significantly important for him in his ascension, even after a split decision loss to David Light.
He's going to win the knockout to win.
You think he's behind on the cards that much at this point? I'm not a judge, so I'm not. That's why I'm asking you.
At the best, we're going to give him 5-2.
5-2, okay. So, yeah, he would need, that means he would need the next 3 to get a draw. So he needs a knockdown at least. But...
And I want to see Brandon do good.
You're just calling it as you see it. In the words of one of my very good friends, I know you know him quite well, Joe Cortez, you're fair, but you're firm.
I have to be.
Some shots on the inside between Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. And that'll end the 7th. For Brandon Glanton, out of Atlanta, he certainly has to, you would think, fight with more of a sense of urgency, taking on Sozlan Asbarov, Ray Flores, Floyd Mayweather here in Dubai. Great to be here at the Agenda Arena. Happy weekend, everybody, wherever you're joining us around the globe. Still, it seems like that lip is, giving Glanton, it's still bleeding a little bit. You're seeing some of the work of Glanton upon Sozlan Asbarov. And again, want to thank Hardcore Boxing, Anatoly. Not going to try to even say his last name, but what a promoter. A guy who loves to go ahead and...
Well, these names are very, very difficult.
Very difficult. Typically, I'm really good with that stuff, but that last name...
I have to apologize to everybody at home because these names are very, very difficult. So I have to let you do that.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll just say for our promoter, Anatoly, of Hardcore Boxing, he's passionate about boxing. He loves the sport. He's investing in it. We're seeing events like this here in Dubai. But on to the 8th we go with Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov, and Glanton fighting more with a sense of urgency. Here's where you were talking about, are we going to see that fire? And it's evident here and now. Asbarov was looking for a timeout. There are no timeouts in boxing. Glanton dig into the body. The physicality has
This is what he should have been doing from the beginning. This is what he should have been doing from the beginning. And then...
Big right hand by Glanton. Well, I think Glanton might have figured, you're talking about, finding himself. I think Glanton might have found himself in that 7th round as we enter the 8th, which better late than never, especially with 3 rounds to go.
I'm pretty sure Brandon told him that the guy is very, very fatigued. Press to attack.
Left hook by Glanton. Glanton sitting down in his punches. He's hammering away upon Asbarov. Asbarov eating some heavy leather here in this 8th stanza. Glanton unloading. Look, at the end of the day, all that matters is the final score and the result. No matter how you got there, as long as you get it. A cut on the bridge of the nose of Asbarov. Asbarov is fading, Floyd.
Brandon coming on strong. I don't want him to shoot his whole load. He's coming on strong.
We're just over the midway point of the 8th round. Brandon Glanton, big left uppercut by the Atlanta, Georgia resident. Big shots here by Glanton. Glanton having his best round of the fight by far. It took him a while to get things rolling, but now Glanton is in control of this 8th round. He is hammering away upon Asbarov. Asbarov is retreating as we are under a minute to go in the 8th. And Glanton's motor, he has a motor, and he is not lessened. He's actually gotten stronger as the fight has progressed. Big right uppercut by Glanton. They're already loading up the towels. They're getting them drenched with ice water to try to wake up Sozlan Asbarov. We'll take a look at that in between rounds. They know their man is in some trouble. Glanton coming on.
He's coming on strong.
Look at this, pounding away upon Sozlan Asbarov, making it a physically taxing round. A left hook connecting on the right side of the temple of Asbarov. Final moments of the 8th, and that'll conclude the 8th. Asbarov exhausted after getting a pounding in that 8th round. Coming up on round number 9. Well, for Brandon Glanton, it's got to be thinking, look, I'm coming on strong. Let me keep going back to doing what I did in the 8th round. If it's not broke, don't fix it. He finally found a recipe for success. comfortable when you're uncomfortable. And finally, Brandon Glanton has made Asbarov uncomfortable, and Asbarov did not respond well to that uncomfortability in the 8th round.
Good body shot.
Glanton continuing to hammer away upon Asbarov. Glanton driving Asbarov to the ropes. Now Asbarov trying to turn things around here on Glanton. We got some drama here in Dubai between Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. Asbarov undefeated.
It didn't start like this, but it's picked up heavy the last few rounds.
Boy, oh boy, they started off very slow and methodical at the feeling out process. That has since dissipated in these final 3 to 4 rounds. It is now becoming a war of attrition between the two. We go back to that, the fact that you and I are NFL fans. It's almost like Asbarov built a 16-3 lead in 8 minutes to go in the 4th quarter, and Glanton is surging right now. Blood streaming from the nostrils of Sozlan Asbarov.
They won't let him win.
There could be some rather interesting scorecards.
The words from the great Floyd Mayweather. They won't let him win.
You heard it here from TBE. Glanton trying to duck shots from Asbarov. Digging to the body does Glanton. A left hook connecting on the right cheek of Asbarov. Asbarov just holding on, literally clutching, grabbing. Under a minute to go in this 9th round. Now Glanton seems to be sort of dropping his work rate. He might have gotten tired and, as you say, shot his load.
He should be okay.
Comes up with the left hook, but missing is Glanton. Now Asbarov picking up the pace. He has found his 2nd win. Much to the delight of the fans here in Dubai at the Agenda Arena. This is Hardcore Boxing. Both men unloading some serious leather. And a punch to conclude the 9th. But the left eye of Sozlan Asbarov is swelling considerably. 10th and final round we go.
Just with experience. The team that's in his corner.
Yes.
Just with experience. His arms don't supposed to be on the rope. Okay? If they know he's fatigued, why is he coming back to the corner and standing? He's supposed to come back and sit down if he's fatigued. So he can be able to recoup some type of way. So that's totally wrong. Inexperience. The corner man is working the corner with slippers on.
Yeah.
This doesn't.
Последний чемпионский раунд. Поддержим Сослана!
I agree. 10th and final round between Brandon Glanton and Sozlan Asbarov. Look at this. They are starting off trading. Asbarov saying, all right, I got to fight fire with fire in this 10th and final round.
He shot his load.
Glanton looking to pick up the pace. The Agenda Arena, you're hearing chants of Sozlan, who is undefeated. The bare knuckle light heavyweight champion and hardcore boxing heavyweight champion. He's undefeated as a pro boxer, 3-0. Glanton coming off of his first loss, although a disputed one, back in December of last year. Glanton, though, coming on strong over these last few rounds. A combination there by Asbarov. Glanton has found his way back in the fight, but Floyd, you believe that he will not be given the benefit of the doubt from the scorecards?
I don't believe so. I'm going by what I've been saying all night.
Absolutely, very much an astute observation.
I truly believe we should just be fair. I'm here to watch boxing. I always have to call a spade a spade.
It's refreshing to hear, to be honest. There is no agenda on either behalf, yours or mine. We want to see the best man win and the man who deserves it. But I think this, from my standpoint, yours as well, a close fight.
He's picked it up the last few rounds like we talked about.
Минута до конца раунда, друзья, давайте встанем всем залом. Давайте встанем и поддержим Сослана. Чемпионская минута.
Asbarov looking to unload. Glenn, keep coming forward. We hope you're entertained wherever you're joining us around the world. Floyd, I sound like I'm calling a horse race, but it is true in these final 27 seconds. Down the stretch we go.
All right, let's go.
Brandon Glanton, Sozlan Asbarov, two cruiserweights. Asbarov looking to remain undefeated. Glanton looking to continue his ascension up the rankings. Ranked number 6 above the WBO. Who is going to get their hand raised here tonight in Dubai? No matter what the scorecards, that was a very fun and exciting matchup.
The second half was unbelievable. The first 4 rounds, first 4 or 5 rounds, fill-out rounds. After that, nothing but excitement. Proud of both fighters.
We saw both guys sit down on their punches and just say, you know what? Caution has been thrown to the wind, and we're just going to bang. And that's exactly what they did.
Not my style, but exciting.
Yes, absolutely. You put the science behind sweet science.
Have to. I thought about after my career was over. That's why I'm still able to go out there and generate so much revenue, because remember what I said. It's not about just right now. We have to think about after boxing.
But also, it's the fact that you have all your faculties about you. You're just as sharp now as you always have been.
You know, keep the body in shape. Of course, you got to train the mind.
Well, that's why, as being an observer in boxing, whether you're 50-0 or whether you're a quote-unquote journeyman, we should have respect for every single fighter that gets in that ring, because
it's
you guys you're risking your life in there.
One shot can end your whole career. It's not easy. I'm proud of both of these guys tonight. Brandon came on in the last few rounds, so they call it a draw. I'm not against it.
I would think, at least, I think enough has been done, and I don't want people to think, oh, you're rooting one way or another. I think enough has been done by Glanton in the second half to warrant a draw. Could I see a split? Probably. Could I see a unanimous based on how the night's going? Yes.
Yes.
But again,
we'll see.
We'll find out. And we are awaiting the scorecards to be tabulated.
One of Brandon's coaches got the right hat on.
Looks a little bit familiar to you, huh?
Yes, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this may have been the fight of the night. A big round of applause for both of these sluggers here in the ring. And now we go to the judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. Judge Andrei Shevelov scores his contest 98-92. Judge Gary Kiraknowski has the bout 97-93. And Judge Daniel Vandewille has the bout 95-95 to the winner by majority decision. From Dagestan, Russia, Saslan Cobra Asbarov!
Saslan, we were sitting now with Tyron Woodley, with Antonio Tarver, and all of them told me one thing, that this is the one of the best boxing fight that they have ever seen. Is it true? So, you are still, you are our champion. You just defeat the #1 box rec opponent. So, say us a few words.
Добрый вечер, Дубай. Альхамдулилля, по воле Всевышнего одержал этот бой. Здесь мои братья, мои друзья, которые пришли поддержать меня. Всех очень много, всем зрителям. Вы моя мотивация. Если бы не вы, я бы, наверное, не пошел до конца в этом бою. Хвала Всевышнему, я оказался лучший оппонент. Он хороший боксер. Просто сегодня величайший день. Я очень рад, что сегодня одержал победу. Толя, тебе огромная благодарность за эту организацию. Ты знаешь, как я к тебе отношусь. И хардкор, куда мы добрались, и идем только выше. И вместе мы добьемся больших вершин. Спасибо всем, друзья. И отдельная благодарность моему тренеру Али. Если бы не он, этого всего не было бы. Он каждую секунду был со мной, контролировал каждый мой шаг. И только поэтому именно вот этот результат на чуть-чуть побеждаем мы. Спасибо всем. И тебе отдельная благодарность. Всем спасибо.
Саслан, новые имена, новые вызовы.
Имена не важны, важна цель, важно звание чемпиона мира. А там на этом пути какие имена будут встречаться, уже не важно. Мы готовы к любым вызовам. Ты знаешь, я не любитель бросать вызовы. Я готов к любым противостояниям. Будем еще сильнее, это не мой предел. Я знаю, ему Али подтвердить. Мы добавим еще больше усилий, иншаллах.
Саслан Асбаров, дамы и господа, наш действующий чемпион. Tyron, please, Brandon.
Guys, we have his opponent, Brandon Glanton. You went out there, you got out to a late start at the beginning, you were finding the timing. You kept the pressure consistently the entire fight, cutting off the ring. You came on very strong in the late rounds. Did you think you did enough to get the job done?
Hey, you know what? First of all, wow. Thank God for giving me here, right? Said thank God for getting me here, right? Okay. Hey, you know, yeah, I thought I did enough to edge it out, you know, but hey, I figured that when I heard the scores, the early rounds was definitely the difference in the fight.
You had a lot of great left hooks, a lot of great right hooks, a lot of great pressure, a lot of great cutting off the ring. What about your opponent made you feel confident in those last rounds to really step it up and push the pace and really apply the pressure?
Well, you know, it's like we said, we got Bulletproof, named Bulletproof for a reason, right? But we knew that he was fast, we knew he was quick out the gate. But Everybody knows I'm a 15-round fighter. We can do this all day long. So, unfortunately, they wiggle, but they didn't fall down. So, congrats to Usman.
But this is definitely the fight that can mold you, push you to the next level. We all need fights like this to push you and really get you out of your comfort zone. You guys put on a great performance. We all was entertained. Is definitely a candidate for one of the best fights of the entire card. Congratulations to both of you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, great job, Usman. Dubai. Dubai, thank you. Beautiful. I love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The main event of the evening. The Battle of the Bigs. Tonight, 10 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. Live from the Agenda Arena here in Dubai and live on ESPN Knockout and VK Video and ProBox TV. And now it is time to bring out our warriors to the ring. Introducing to you first, the pride of Australia, here is Lucas Big Daddy Browne.
My name is Lucas Browne. My fight name is Big Daddy, so Lucas Big Daddy Browne. I'm from Australia. I'm 43 years old. I've been doing this for about 12 years now, so I've been very happy with all this. I'm excited to be fighting Jarrell Miller. His name is Big Baby, so Big Daddy versus Big Baby. It's going to be fun. But Jarrell Miller's from America, great record as well, so I think it's going to be a really exciting fight. Jarrell Miller is 6'3", so almost my height, but quite a thick, very big man, you know. So I'm about 125 kilos. I think he's about the same at the moment. So it'll be good to see just the two big silverback gorillas coming together. He just walks people down. He comes forward, comes forward, comes forward. So it's good because I won't have to look to see where he is because he'll be just right in front. So I think when they say styles make matches, I think this is perfect. We just come together and we fight.
I think his opponent is strong. I think that he has a big engine and he'll go a long time. I think that Lucas has more power. I'll start fast, start with intent, move your feet up and don't miss him.
Big Daddy is coming to smack the shit out of Big Baby. That's the end of the story. So you can talk all you want, but when it comes to the ring, there's nowhere to hide and I'm coming straight for you. Right on. I'll be waiting for you here at the Agenda Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Big Daddy Browne. And his opponent, ready to make his way into the arena, hailing from Brooklyn, New York, here is Jarrell Big Baby Miller!
So what makes me get into the ring? Hey, born in Brooklyn, raised in the Caribbean and Belize. I'm a born fighter. I like hurting people, plus we make good money at it. How would I describe myself in 3 words? Motivated, sexy, and badass. A badass is 2 words, but hey, you know what I mean. What am I gonna do to impose my fighting style? Well, you know, I'm not just any big guy, I'm Big Baby. I use brute force, combination, fast hands, great body punching. I'm just a mean guy. So hey, listen, I'm gonna do what I do. Big Baby does what he wanna do. How do I motivate myself? It's easy. I just get up, eat a cheeseburger, and go to the gym. You know, my kids motivate me, my family motivates me, my country motivates me. I grew up in a very poor neighborhood as a kid in Brooklyn. I'm just happy that I was able to discover kickboxing, which was a way to kind of keep my mind off of stuff. We got to find ways of staying active. For this fight, I feel great, I feel phenomenal. The weight's not going to be an issue. I'm still throwing 80, 90 punches around, if it even goes that far. And the ways that make me better than my opponent, well, I'm younger, I'm better looking, I'm harder punching. I'm just way better than he is. Using my youth, using my speed, and using my boxing IQ. I have a way better boxing IQ than he does, so that's the main thing we're gonna impose on him, sticking with the jab. I mean, the main thing is just, you know, stay level-headed, stay focused, stay grounded, and don't let the outside world dictate to you. And kind of just stay in your own lane, you know? It's your boy, Big Baby Miller here. Listen, you know who I'm fighting. It's Lucas Brown, a.k.a. Lucas Doodle Brown versus Big Baby, the future king of the heavyweight division. It's going down March 18th. It's going down. Check it out. Check it out. There's going to be fireworks, and I'm going to deliver a fatality.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gerald Big Baby Miller! Ladies and gentlemen, from the city of gold, Dubai, at the United Arab Emirates, inside the Agenda Arena, tonight, Mr. Anatoly Shilinov's Hardcore Boxing, in association with Dobella Entertainment, Bulldog Boxing Promotions, and Selena Promotions, proudly presents to you the main event of the evening. Scheduled for 10 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. Sponsored by Mira Real Estate Agency and Green Hill Sports Equipment. This contest is sanctioned by the Middle Eastern Professional Boxing Association and the commissioner here in charge tonight, Jose Mohan. The three judges scoring this contest are Gary Kirononsky, Mike Hill, and Andrei Shemanov. Our referee in charge at the bell for the action here tonight in our main event contest, Daniel Vandewille. And now, ladies and gentlemen, two diamonds, one ring tonight who will shine the brightest. Dubai, welcome to the big show. It's crunch time! Introducing to you first tonight, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands at 196 centimeters, weighing in at 194 centimeters, 94 kilos rather. His professional record, 31 wins and only 3 losses. And 27 professional big wins. He comes in with a way of knockout. He is the WBA Oceania champion and former WBA heavyweight champion of the world. Please welcome the living legend of Australia, boxing out of Auburn, Australia. Here is Lucas Big Daddy Browne. And his opponent tonight, fighting out of the red corner. He stands at 193 centimeters, also weighing in at 295 kilos. He has a perfect record of 25 wins, no losses, with 21 wins coming to you by way of knockout. He is the WBO North American Heavyweight Champion and the WBA NABA Heavyweight Champion of the world. Please welcome the undefeated boxer from the BK, Brooklyn, New York, Gerald Big Baby Miller.
I spoke to both of you in the dressing room. I want a clean fight, obey my commands at all time, and protect yourself at all time. I don't want to see low blows, no kidney punches, and for sure, no rabbit punches. Touch gloves.
Jarrell Miller still has his cap on, you know, his gown on.
Halloween cape.
Yeah, he has his cape on. Cap on, cape on. Jarrell Miller, Lucas Big Daddy Browne, the heavyweights.
This is what we was waiting for.
Ray Flores, the Hall of Famer. TBE, Floyd Money Mayweather, here in Dubai. It is hardcore boxing. Jarrell Miller, Lucas Browne. Browne with a knockout percentage of 79%. Miller with a knockout percentage of 80%. Don't blink. This one might end early. Both men have vowed that this one will not go the distance. Jarrell Miller stating that he would end Lucas Browne's night in under 4 rounds. Lucas Browne said, it's not advantageous for me to go the distance either. I want to finish this guy off in the 7th or 8th. That's likely what I am destined to do. Lucas Browne, 43 years of age, said he's got about 3 or 4 more left from his standpoint, but feels he could still be a player in the heavyweight division. Stop. Miller weighed in at 330. He said ideally coming into this fight, he wanted to weigh in at 325. But, you know, to be honest, in the heavyweights, does it really matter, Floyd?
Absolutely not.
There's an overhand right by Browne. Browne became a world champion back in 2016, beating Ruslan Shagayev. He was stripped of that title due to testing positive for a banned substance, but both men have had their battles with that. They've served their suspensions, and they are in the ring now here in Dubai. They both need each other. It's interesting because it's a crossroads fight, even though Miller is 9 years younger than that of Lucas Browne. Miller has stated he still wants that fight with Anthony Joshua. He said, I want to end Joshua's career after if he gets past his next assignment, that being Jermaine Franklin. That or Daniel Dubois, who he has his sights set on if he's victorious over Lucas Browne. There's an uppercut by Browne. Left hook by Miller. I think it's fair to say it's been a methodical round so far, Floyd.
Fill out round. A lot of energy for some big guys so far.
And there is over 600 pounds inside that ring.
They call them heavyweights for a reason.
No doubt about it.
Good job.
We near the end of the first round. Wherever you're joining us around the world, hope you're enjoying your weekend, and thank you for spending some of it with us. To the second we go.
First round was a fill-out round. I can't really say who won the first round. If I had to say somebody won the first round, it could be Browne. A little bit more active.
Yeah,
Big Baby was more filling them out. Browne was more active. Nobody really landed a big shot the first round.
It's more just to, you know, just kind of get an idea, get a flow of the tempo and the rhythm. Well, Miller did say, I'm going to end his night in under 4 rounds.
See, Marcus was going for the home run, as you see the slow motion clips.
Yeah, Lucas Browne, been a pro for 13 years, turned pro at 30. He said, you know, I am the epitome of, you know, you can start, and if you have your mind set on something, it doesn't matter if you're starting later than usual. As long as you believe in yourself, put in the hard work, you can make things become a reality. And the reality is, no matter what happens in this fight, he was a world champion. Miller is trying to get to that point. There's a left hook by both men.
That lets you know how the heavyweight division is. You never even know this guy won the title.
They beat Ruslan Shagayev years ago. Did not make a defense of his title, but he did capture it. There's a left hook by Lucas Browne. There's a left hook by Miller. Miller might have wobbled Lucas Browne. Browne going backwards. Miller plodding forward. Couple uppercuts by Lucas Browne, but they miss. Left hook to the body by the Australian. No. Good friend of mine, Lou DiBello, watching. He's one of the promoters of Lucas Browne. Hello to Lou, watching in New York, more than likely. Overhand right there by Lucas Browne. Terrell Miller stating that he's very happy with his team. Greg Cohen and that of Dimitri Salito stood by him in spite of his tribulations.
He got to stop. He got to stop head hunting and go to the body. He got to stop head hunting and go to the body.
And Browne picking up the pace. Miller looking for his opening.
He set everything up. He got to go to the body.
So left hook by Terrell Miller, right in over the top.
He got to go to the body.
Left hook by Terrell Miller to the body of Lucas Browne. Right uppercut by Miller. Overhand right. There's a sweeping left hook by Miller.
Move your head. There you go. There you go. Back downstairs. There you go. Up there.
Big baby, go to that body. Big baby.
Big right hand by Terrell Miller, backing up Lucas Browne. There's a right uppercut by Lucas Browne. But Miller unloading, you could tell the power that Miller has. Browne coming forward as well.
He getting fatigued, go to the body. These motherfuckers don't go to the body no more, man. Stop head hunting, dog. Go to the body.
Terrell Miller focusing in and trying to land that big shot. Chopping right hand by Lucas Browne.
One thing about Big Baby, if he's going to compete with those other guys, because you can see he's a little rusty for taking all those years off, even though he had a couple tuna fights.
Yes.
If you want to beat those guys, you have to bring his weight down a little bit more and move his head. He can't keep his head just on the line. You got to be able to bob and weave.
And I think keeping your head on the line or moving your head is especially important in the heavyweight division, where...
In every division.
In every division, you're right. But they have that one-punch eraser, especially, you know, from a heavyweight. I mean, so much power, but you're absolutely right. And they're working on the right eye of Lucas Browne. That second round was more eventful than that of the first.
Very exciting. Very active. Big guy is very active.
Look at that, the determination. You could tell that he's missed it. Has Terrell Miller.
Good shot. Too much head hunting. We have to go to the body.
Seconds out. Let's go.
Overhand right by Lucas Browne. Miller ate it well, but I guess it is fair to say that the feeling out process has now gone by the wayside. We are into the third round. This one's scheduled for 10. Browne ranked number 10, Miller ranked number 11, both by the WBA. The WBA Heavyweight Championship of the World held by the Ukrainian Alexander Usyk. Left hook to the body by Lucas Browne on Baby Miller. Back comes Miller. He attacks the body, punctuated by a right on the nose of Lucas Browne. You hear the corner of Miller saying, "Move your head." So left hook by Miller. Miller driving Browne to the perimeter of the ring. I almost feel like right now, Floyd, it's like the calm before the storm. We're waiting for something to detonate.
You got me over here quiet.
I mean, we're both waiting a bated breath here. Miller saying, "Ooh, okay, I like this." Right hand by Miller. Left hook to the body by Big Baby. Couple of right hands as Browne backed up with his chin in the air. You do not want to do that against Terrell Miller.
Well, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that against no fighter.
You're right.
Remember what Ortiz did?
Yeah, how did that work out for him? So right hand on the left ear of Browne, followed by a left hook by Miller.
Very exciting fight for 3 rounds.
Look, these guys are going for it. I mean, is it the fastest? No, but they are loading big power shots. You couldn't pay me all your purses combined to take one shot from those guys.
Yes, you could.
On to the third round, final 30 seconds here in Dubai. We are scheduled for 10. Right hand for Browne. The corner of Miller urging him on there, saying put it together, meaning they want him to put together combinations, not just one shot at a time. We're on our way to the fourth. These last 2 rounds have been entertaining.
They got to tighten up in this corner. Can't put a heavyweight stool in the ring halfway, half down. So, like I talked about in the boxing business now, we're putting too many people in our corner that don't have enough experience, which is bad for the sport.
Saying guys that are just friends or just kind of around the gym?
Yes.
Instead of actually having a purpose?
You know, but not Big Baby training. He has a solid trainer. The 2 guys that's in there working right there,
yes,
has a lot of experience. You know, he has a Detroit trainer and a DC Cutman who used to fight. Actually, when I used to fight, he was a lot older. When I was 16, he was probably like 26, 24, but he was in the amateur ranks at the top level.
So he does have experience in the corner, but it's those little intricacies.
The little extras, because those 2 wasn't the one that put the stool, you know, in the ring.
That makes a big difference.
You know, those are the little things that, you know, that count in the sport of boxing, who you work with.
You've always, throughout the course of your career, had a tremendous corner.
Loyal.
Loyal corner.
Always.
You know, just an exemplary corner. everything was down to the T. Big right hand by Miller, followed by a left hook.
So it don't supposed to go past 4 from what Miller said.
Yeah, exactly. So he's got 2 minutes and 24 seconds to end this one. Otherwise, his prediction will evaporate.
That's okay.
But hey, look, bottom line is, for both guys, they just need to get a win. But would they like to do it in emphatic fashion? Absolutely. And they can still do it. Brown said, I'm probably catching the 7th or 8th. And Miller's team was very cognizant. They know. They go, look, we've got to be aware of that right hand that Lucas Browne possesses because, you know, he's one of those guys that can take some punishment. Come the 7th and 8th round, he can put your lights out. So they are aware of that. Browne with a 79% knockout percentage, Miller with an 80% knockout percentage. So power, not a problem from both men. The key is, can they land? Some big left hook by Terrell Miller with his back on the ropes.
It didn't really land, and he was off balance.
So glancing shot. Not even. Back comes Miller. He eats a right uppercut from Brown. The left nostril of Lucas Browne is starting to bleed from those power punches of Terrell Miller. Left hook, sweeping left hook by Miller. Clean right hand down the center. That tattooed Lucas Browne. Referee stepped in there momentarily. I don't know why.
He was measuring. Old school move.
Okay.
Like the old school Larry Holmes, Muhammad Ali, using the measuring stick. That's what we call it in boxing.
Well, Miller swinging for the fences there. Missed. Browne narrowly out of the way of what could have been a problem. There's a right hand on the left ear of Lucas Browne, who retreats backwards. Another right hand. Browne starting to get walked down. This could be problematic. Miller looking to finish off Lucas Browne. Left hook. Browne in serious trouble. Browne in major danger. They're swinging and slugging it out here. They're duking it out in Dubai. Big shots being landed by both men. They are swinging big right hand by Miller. Browne in trouble. Browne is back on the ropes. Can he survive? And he does so. Oh my goodness. He was getting hammered. Oh my goodness.
Yo, you gotta tighten up, man. Tighten up, man.
That's the end of the 4th round. Lucas Browne in serious trouble. He was getting clobbered with hooks in abundance.
Get the stool up there.
And Browne was just literally biting down to his mouthpiece, trying to fight fire with fire.
I want the best for y'all.
This has been, my goodness, what an all-out assault that Miller tried to implore upon Lucas Browne as we take a look at some of the action, Floyd.
Both heavyweights shot their load. Just because the knockout didn't come when you said it was going to come, don't force it. Let it come to you. It'll come. If you're doing what you're supposed to do, it'll come. But he shot his load. He can't do that against the top heavyweight that's out there.
Look at that right hook crashing into the left cheek of Lucas Browne. Well, they always say when you look for the knockout, you know, ideally it doesn't come, but when you just let it happen and let it flow, it comes to you if you're smart about it.
Both guys are tired.
So they were pounding away on each other, but Browne might have found a bit of a second win here. Both men have landed clean, big shots upon one another, and they remain upright. Browne smashing in with a couple of right hands of his own, but Miller moving well.
Both guys shot their load at the end of the last round.
So you see the work rate, the activity rate has lessened. When I mean by Miller moving well, I mean moving well for him. He has a unique skill set indeed. I'm not saying he's anywhere near your type of fast, but for him, he has those little nuances that work for him to his advantage. Brown's one tough customer, isn't he?
Both guys are tough. Tough as nails.
Left hook upstairs by Baby Miller. Jarrell Miller from Brooklyn, New York, and if you're from Brooklyn, you gotta be born tough.
Brown's not from Brooklyn, but he's tough.
Oh, he is, you're right. Indeed. From Australia is Lucas Browne. Time being called. Mouthpiece is out.
No. I don't want.
Lucas Browne.
We gotta get him doing his roll work. We gotta do some more roll work.
They put in the mouthpiece.
He's slacking on his roll work. His woman shouldn't
We are
even be out
under
here
a
with him.
minute to go in the 5th round. A right to the body by Lucas Browne. Left hook upstairs by Baby Miller.
Watch your head. Watch your head.
Well, you got Big Daddy against Big Baby. So which one is going to reign victorious and get the big win here in Dubai? Left hook to the body by Lucas Browne. Corner of Miller saying move side to side, urging him on. Still blood streaming from the nostril of Lucas Browne.
Good body shot.
And Browne keeps coming forward. Miller pushes him off.
What a lot of times what these fighters work on a lot of times is just offense and no defense.
Something that big shot by Miller as Browne going backwards. He's getting pounded on by Miller. That'll end the 5th round. It's obvious that both men are very offensive-minded, and for the most part, defense, they are not necessarily focused on defense. As there is a cut outside of or above the right eye of Lucas Browne and outside the right eye. So there are 2 cuts for Lucas Browne, one above the right eye and one outside of the right eye, or one inside the right eye, I beg your pardon. There's when the mouthpiece came out. As we observed some of the action from the 5th round between Jarrell Miller and Lucas Browne.
Okay, guys, second down.
There's a right hand on the jaw of Miller by Lucas Browne. Well, the right hand that Lucas Browne wanted to land upon Miller landed, but Miller ate it well.
Very exciting fight. You may not be able to eat it down the line. Anything can happen, especially when you fatigue.
Well, also, its punch resistance goes down as a fight and as a career goes on.
Both fighters, very exciting fight. Both fighters flat-footed, looking for big shots.
If this was
it's different from a Larry Holmes, Ali. The eras of boxing has changed drastically. Everything is knockouts.
It's one of those things that knockouts understandably are sensationalized, but as you mentioned, the art form of boxing, pure boxing, the skill set
will take you further.
Yes, and make sure that you get more checks down the line instead of being in these all-out battles and the referee in charge saying nope, no hitting or holding behind the head. It's about prolonging your career, not having such a short time time span when you have these high contact fights. And both men, as evident here, high contact. They both have thrown a lot, they've landed, and they've ate some big power shots. They both are just sitting down to their punches. You got two power hitters, seeing which one is going to be able to outlast the other at this point. Two right hands by Lucas Browne from Australia. An uppercut followed by a left hook that was blocked by Miller. And Miller continues to go forward.
Yes, he's blocking a lot, but he's also getting hit a lot, which is not good.
There's a right hand that shook up Browne. Browne nodded as to say, you got me. There's another right hand. Browne going backwards, but he throws a right uppercut. They still are fighting on sheer aggression. Browne got shaken up, another big right hand. Two big right hands. Miller looking to end the night of Lucas Browne. And Miller unloading. Down goes Lucas Browne for the first time in the fight.
Let's go, Manny. Within 10.
40 seconds to go in the assortment of punches, putting down Lucas Browne. Miller going on the attack. Terrell Miller looking to remain undefeated and finish off the former heavyweight champion. And this one is over. Terrell Big Baby Miller ends the night of the Australian Lucas Browne to remain undefeated here in Dubai.
It was good shots, but he mainly was fatigued, as you can see, as he bending down. Very, very fatigued. I'm happy that Big Baby Miller got the victory. Has a lot to go back to the gym and work on. But he's undefeated, and he's still growing. And I'm proud of him that he's able to make the comeback. So get him back in the gym, work on a few things. The main thing we got to work on is defense.
Well, yeah, he ate a lot of, some big shots from Lucas Browne, and at that elite level, when you, depending on who you fight, you may not be able to absorb so many big shots. And here's the end of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, here from Agenda Arena, let's give both of these sluggers a big round of applause for our main event attraction. To finish off, one heck of an epic night being brought to you by Hardcore Boxing. The official time comes to you 2 minutes, 33 seconds. At the end of round 6 to the winner by TKO. And still undefeated, the pride of Brooklyn, New York, Gerald Big Baby Miller.
Great job from both fighters. An action-packed fight. Big fellas went out there and threw heavy leather today. Big Baby, you came away with the win. And I might say you might have had the highest fight IQ in the entire card. When it was time to throw power, you threw power. Both of you gentlemen took power punches, came back, and you gave us a show. When you were in there and you were hitting him with some power blows, and he was still come back forward and throwing it back towards you, what was going through your head?
Sometimes you can't knock everybody out right away. I had off 3.5 years, and Lucas is the first game opponent that came in here. I knew that can crack, can stun guys, and was on a winning streak. So I knew if I couldn't get him out in the first 2 rounds, I had to take my time. And just, sometimes you've been out of the ring, the nervous energy's there, the leg's not right there right away. But I felt comfortable. I just knew that I had to get my win and just start focusing and not get hit with shots. But like I said before, 4 rounds off, I find an ex-champion. He's game. It's nothing but love and respect for Lucas. Me and him always communicated over the years. There's no animosity here. It's just business, man. I got a lot of love and respect for this guy. So it's nothing like that. Next guys I want, we gonna really talk that real shit,
When we talk about fight IQ, you use a great jab, you use a rolling hook, double hook, you use a lot of up, high and low body shots. But when it was time to throw on the power, what told you? What thing went off in your mind and told you it's time to throw the hooks and time to put the power behind the punches?
It's experience. When you've been in there long enough, sometimes the hard shots you look for, it ain't gonna take the guys out. It's the short, quick ones that really stun guys, and then you gotta jump on them from there. And I can hear Tarver
go back to the jab, throw double hooks, right hand to the body, slip, stop being in front of him. And I'm like, man, I'm slick as hell. Why the hell am I taking these shots? I'm like, goddamn, I ain't trying to go home with a headache. So I just had to relax. You know, like I said, this is boxing, and you gotta learn how to have fun with it. You know, it can't be serious all the time. And this was a fun fight for me. It just shows that I'm still there, and I'm right back in the camp. You know, next 2 weeks off, and I'm right back in the camp, getting ready for the next guy.
And I was going right to that because not only did he take some power shots, you took some power shots, and you found a way to come back. What was going through your head? You had the momentum, and he started coming back with some great uppercuts, some great hooks of his own. How did you stay poised, and how did you get the momentum back in this fight?
I mean, similar what Bruce Lee says, sometimes you got to become the water, you got to become the glass. You don't fight fire with fire sometimes. I wait for him to shoot his low, look for his shot, slip, took a couple here and there, and I knew once his win, and he couldn't breathe right away, I jumped on him between his action and picked my shot. So like I said, it's experience, it's taking my time. He's the first game opponent that I had in 4 years, so it's good. It's a good experience for me to get back in the game. Like I said, now I want Luke Dubois, or I want AJ. We got unfinished business. You know, he got to be a man, step up to the plate. He can't have his balls in Eddie Hearn pocket. If you want the fight, let's make it happen. He want an easy win. He find Jermaine Frank coming off a loss, which I thought he beat Dylan White. So AJ, let's get it on. Stop being a pussy. You know what I mean? Straight up.
He went straight to the point. Phenomenal performance. We're going to get a chance to talk to your opponent.
Yes, Big Daddy, you had an amazing fight tonight. My man Miller finished the show, but you came off of a surprising upset win before this fight that put you back in the picture. How do you feel about your performance? I know it's kind of tough to ask that question right now, but the excitement is still there. I don't know if you was in the best of shape. What's your how do you digest this fight, and where are you at right now today?
Basically, for me, that was a good fight. We had a good fight, you know what I mean? So it's not like I came in and got knocked over the first round or something like that. We actually went to battle, we fought, and I think we put a good show on for the people, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not unhappy with the performance. Obviously, I'm not happy with the loss. But you just sort of regroup, come back and go again, you know what I mean? I'm 43 years old. I'm on the back end of it. I understand this, but I've got a few more fights left.
And man, for both of you guys to get in here and do that and give us that performance with everything you both have been through, it just really echoes the champions that both of you are inside. And Big Baby, you know I've always been impressed with you. Your ability, man, is off the chain. Even you just only give us a little bit of flashes, though. I want you to really take this thing to another level and give yourself a shot, because you're the best chance we got in the USA. You're the best talent out there. You was this close. You can realize your dreams. It's not too late, man. You got a guy right here wanna say a few things to you. You know how that goes.
Come on, brother, come on. Salam alaikum, baby Vic Miller. First of all, congratulations, brother. You fight the old man. He's strong, but his time is over.
Correct.
I give you opportunity. We can fight for the WBA World Championship.
Well, listen, man. You gotta get some more fights, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you, been out for a long time. Right now, I'm in line for Dubois. So after I get that belt, hold on.
Forget Dubois. You need a real man, brother.
Listen.
Who is Dubois?
It's the prize.
Who is Dubois?
Hey, baby, it's the prize game, baby.
Fight the real man. Brother,
listen,
fight the real
I'll fight
man.
you anytime.
Fight the real man. I'm the real man.
But I heard hold on. I heard the promoter that wasn't paid last time.
So he got no promoter. Anatol. I need a promoter. Listen. Давай. Hey, listen. My friend, I fight Klitschko, I fight Povetkin, I fight everyone. I beat Ustinov, I was two-time world champion, WBA. I'll give you the opportunity to fight me here in UAE for the WBA World Championship. I'm number one. Let's fight. Wait, I know.
You ain't got no belt though.
Bro, no.
You ain't got no belt. Sean, you the most cockiest dude I know, but you ain't got no belt. You got no belt. You ain't got no money. You got no. Hey, and you got no hoes. What am I fighting you for? Yo, Floyd, come get your man. Yeah, come get your man. He got no money and he got no show. Yo, come get your man. Yo, bro.
Fight.
Yo, I'm out.
Let's make the fight. No problem. I have Anatol. Alaikum salam. Let's go. Make the fight, baby. Make the fight happen.
One day we will.
Make the fight happen.
That's what makes boxing. You got one guy winning, now you got one guy challenging.
Listen, he's the promoter. Let's make the fight happen. I'm here.
We're gonna let Big Baby celebrate his moment. He had a phenomenal performance.
We're ready to organize this fight. We're ready. But we have to talk. We have to talk to the both sides, bro.
Hold on,
we cannot make this fight happen right now.
Hold on. Your man not even in the rankings yet. Oh, goodness.
All that means you got work to do.
He running. He running. He duck. He duck. Look, look, look. He goes home. Good boy. Good night.
Great night,
That will
guys.
be a hell of a fight right here, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our commentator of the night. You know him as Ray Flores. Ray, tell us about tonight. What an epic evening, right?
Well, standing alongside and commentating with TBE, Floyd Money Mayweather, the Hall of Famer, obviously being here with Tyron Woodley, Antonio, the Magic Man Tarver, Roy Jones was around here. Unbelievable hardcore boxing making history.
Thank
the
you very
first
much.
of many
Thank you very much.
amazing events from a production standpoint to the fights to the fans. The main event was unbelievable, back and forth. People want to see entertainment. They got that tonight. High level guys ranked top 15 in the world. Jarrell Miller comes out on top. But look, I cannot wait for the next hardcore boxing show, and I think you guys, having competed, can speak to it more than anybody, that when you're around a production like this, a promoter, a promotion that loves combat sports, that's investing money in the sport, that loves the fighters, that loves the fans, it's a recipe for success, and I cannot wait to be a part of the next hardcore boxing event.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this words.
My man.
Thank you very much, guys, for joining us this evening. I hope everybody enjoy it.
Well, on behalf of the...
And first of all, sorry for my English. But next time, for the next event, I promise you it will be much more better.
On behalf of the entire team, Jeremiah Gallegos included, I'm Ray Flores. This has been Hardcore Boxing in Dubai. They duked it out here in Dubai. Hardcore Boxing making some noise around the world. Get ready for the next one. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you did around the globe. And we will see you sooner rather than later. So long from Dubai.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Tyron, we have one Russian champion, Timur Nikulin, and he's dreaming to make a fight with you.
Only box. Tyron, I'm the best to people in the soundtrack in the return. Sound to return.
Скажи мне на русском, я перейду.
Yes.
A lot of fights. He's a pro boxer.
MMA.
He's MMA fight.
Why?
MMA.
Let's go box 6 or 7. It's my. No.
Сначала по ММА, потом по боксу.
Let's go Barnacle.
He's trying his MMA, he's not.
Yes. Let's go to Barnacle.
We can talk about it. Sure. Поговорим.